And a warm welcome to Allianz Stadium for a fixture that has ramifications for both the top of the table and at the other end of the top six. Sydney FC seeking to break back into the final spots on the back of a three-game winless streak, and Adelaide United challenging for top spot as the Reds and Auckland try to put distance between themselves and the chasing pack. Well, Sydney FC are the Aleague's great mystery at the moment. The competition's top scorers have drawn blanks in two of their last three matches, while their defence continues to leak far too many goals. It's a season that's epitomised perhaps in their last meeting with the Reds, in which the Sky Blues managed to claw back a 2-goal deficit late on to rescue a point in that 6-goal thriller at Coopers. Adelaide have similar issues. They're just one goal behind Sydney in the goals for column, but late capitulations have become an issue and prevented them from streaking away at the top. Their away form, however, is immaculate. 6 road trips, 6 wins, and they've already won once here at Allianz this season, defeating Brisbane in Unite round in January. The last 4 meetings between these two have produced 23 goals. So entertainment all but guaranteed here this afternoon as Sydney FC welcome Adelaide United. Let's have a look at the team news then. Sydney FC making 3 changes from the 11 that started the Big Blue last time out. 2 and 4s with Alex Popovic out with a groin problem and Joel King with a calf injury. So Jordan Courtney-Perkins returns at left back, and there's a debut for 20-year-old Kyle Shaw, who's played 44 matches in the NPL New South Wales for Sydney and NWS Spirit, but tonight marks his A-League bow. Anthony Caceres returns from concussion, with Adrian Segacic dropping down to the bench. Wataru Kamijo and Will Kennedy standing by for debuts off that bench, along with Douglas Costa, who's missed the last 6 games with a hamstring injury. Now 4 changes for the Reds, who also have big injury concerns. Ben Falami, Javi Lopez, Ryan Kitto and James Delianov all unavailable today. There's a debut at left back for Fabian Taladera, son of Adelaide City's Carlo, who played alongside Carl Beert in the NSL days. Jay Barnett replaces Isaias in midfield. Zach Clough returns after missing the draw with Auckland. Archie Goodwin is preferred in attack to Luka Jovanovic on the back of his double in that 2-2 draw 10 days ago. Josh Cavallo is back on the bench alongside 18-year-old reserve goalkeeper Oscar Page.
It's a blockbuster week of celebrity.
The police arrived.
And secrets will be revealed.
It made such big news. It was scandalous.
Be there from the very first second. 7 o'clock Sunday.
It'd be nice if the government actually listened. The housing crisis is right in front of them.
I can help with that. That's part of our plan, actually.
Oh, yeah? What about the broken health system?
Of course, that too.
And safer communities? Lowering living costs?
Restoring regional services?
Absolutely.
WA needs a government that will listen and will focus on the right priorities.
Authorised by S. Morgan for Liberal Perth.
Come on, it's time for a change.
You reckon?
Yeah. I thought mine looked good.
I did it. It never looked back.
Compare the pair. Same age, same income, same starting balance. Whether Mike switched to an industry super fund 5, 10 or 15 years ago, he's been better off.
How'd you decide? I compared the pair.
We're investing in skills and training for women with our Building Women's Careers program to improve women's access to jobs in clean energy, digital and technology. That's a future made in Australia. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Looking to keep just a 4th clean sheet of the season. And the Sky Blues playing more in dark blue today. And there's the debutants. Kyle Shaw, Sydney so depleted defensively. They've thrown the youngster straight in today. He has actually played once in the round of 32 of the Australia Cup. And there's his first touch in A-League football for NWS Spirits against Glenorchy Knights. But a big occasion for him, Phil Moss, and for the other debutant, Fabian Taladera, but good to see the kids getting their chance.
It really is, Simon. Great to be alongside you. What a big game we've got today. And as you said in the opener, entertainment has been guaranteed in the past. Let's hope they don't let us down today, but great to see those two getting their first start. And I do remember Carlo very well from the old NSL days when I was at Northern Spirit.
Did you get the better of him?
I doubt it.
It's another father-son combination in South Australia. They've had a few in recent years, haven't they? Stumble by Zach de Jesus, but all worked out okay. Leo Senna going to ground, no foul though. Senna looking rather quizzically at the referee.
Yeah, good to see Sean Evans letting it flow early on. I don't think there was much in it.
Sydney working the ball wide. Courtney Perkins went early looking for Klabala, but well marshalled by Bart Vriends. Adelaide in their change colours today. Given away by Piraeus. Sydney FC have been guilty of some pretty slow starts this season, and looks as though they're eager to put that right today. It was particularly the case in their last home match against Brisbane, where they were very sluggish out of the blocks, just leaving it too late to mount their comeback. Got a chance to move back into the top 6 today if they can get the points, but Adelaide on a 4-game unbeaten streak. Doing some defending here though, with Anna Swahim in possession. Courtney Perkins leaving it for Caceres. Caceres just having a little look at the far end of the penalty area where Lolly was stationed. He's drifted inside now. And that flick off the boot of an Adelaide United defender favours Ethan Cox.
Yeah, and I think the other ball Caceres was looking for there is that trademark run of Ryan Grant when he's at right back, and that's one of the downsides, I guess, and this is nothing against young Zach de Jesus playing on that right-hand side, but Ryan Grant, as we know, has scored plenty of goals and just gives that killer pass option when he makes that run in behind the opposition defence.
Senna finding the gap nicely for Wahim. It's Courtney Perkins in support. Holman. Lovely bit of control by Leo Senna. Slides it out towards De Jesus on the right. De Jesus once again. Behind him is Senna. Now the cross comes in. Just took a slight nick off Ethan Aleague, I fancy. Caceres trying to protect it, but Adelaide briefly come away with the ball. And it is only briefly. Tied it up by Kyle Shaw, whose first 2 or 3 touches have looked pretty assured in A-League football.
They have, and I think the key there is it's come in the first 3.5 minutes. Always good for a young player on debut to get an early touch of the ball.
And Leo Senna just arriving a fraction late on Jay Barnett, so it's going to be an Adelaide United free kick. Well, Sydney FC have produced a couple of good central defenders, similar age to Kyle Shaw as well. Jake Goodwood-Reich and Hayden Matthews. 2 players who've earned the club around about $4 million in transfer fees. Let's see if they've found another little diamond in the rough in Kyle Shaw. First real test perhaps for Sydney. Incoming, Zach Clough's ball in. Oh, and Harrison Devonish-Mears came for the ball and wasn't really anywhere near it.
No, he wasn't. The only thing he got close to was young Kyle Walker there, and he takes him out. So he's had a taste of everything in these first 4 or 5 minutes. Young.
Did you just call him Kyle Walker? He's not got. He's not that good yet.
Kyle, sure, of course.
Says his hero is actually Sergio Ramos.
How dare I reference a Manchester City player in your presence, Simon?
He's not anymore.
No, that's right. Ex. But it is interesting what you just touched on about the money that Sydney FC have made from developing a few of their own and selling them on. I certainly wouldn't say Sydney's become a selling club, but certainly their focus on development and selling players has increased over the last few seasons.
Well, let's be honest, Mossy, every A-League club is a selling club if the money's right. And that's understandable. Here's Ethan Aleague. Back to Kikianis. He's one of that quartet who'll be off the young Socceroos on Monday. There's open pasture here on the right for Perez, and his pace will get in there. Courtney Perkins puts it behind for a corner.
He did well there, Courtney Perkins, just to make up the ground and get himself between the ball carrier and the target. Lovely ball, Zach Clough. Maybe just a touch overweighted, but gee, when it's Dylan Perez, you know he's got the pace to reel anything in.
So a corner for the Reds, which Zach Clough will deliver. Bart Freen's making his move, but it's a poor delivery, really, from the Englishman. Swept away by Klimala. Chested down by Perez. Looking for Stefan Moore, but Sydney make the intervention. Aleague trying to drive the ball through the guts of the Sydney FC defence. Here's Joe Lolly. Up in the air by Mork. Not with any great degree of accuracy. And just on the playing kits today, Mossy, any reason that you're aware of why Sydney FC are not playing in sky blue? It seems to be a bit of a habit for A-League clubs playing at home, not playing in their own strips. And I'm bemused as to why. Unless there's a reason for it.
And I'm sure there is, whether it's coming from the commercial department or the dressing room. Maybe there's a belief they get better results in this kit, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to add any intelligent answer to that question, Simon, because I don't know.
I just feel that at a time when A-League clubs are still really building their identities, that's such an essential part of it. De Jesus. Set up, spotted the gap nicely. Caceres too close to Ethan Cox, who wasn't prepared to take a chance and try and catch the ball. Punches it behind for a corner.
It was a good incision by Sydney FC with Caceres in this wide area. I'm surprised he didn't catch that, Cox, but better to parry it away to safety than make a mistake and fumble it.
Starting his third game in a row in place of the injured James Delianov between the posts for the Reds. Wahim's corner. Out by Kikianis, back in by Caceres, and then further clear by Frieds. Jesus did well under pressure from Clough. The back pass. Want to put the goalkeeper in a little bit of bother, but he reacted quickly enough. Devonish Mears. Not the best release from Cox. And Lolly equally awry with his attempt to play in Patrick Klimala. Shaw nipping in ahead of Clough. So studying for a Bachelor of Commerce is Carl Shaw at Macquarie University, so he's got brains as well as ability in the boots. Always good to have a backup plan, Mossy.
Certainly is, and as a centre half you'll need plenty of brawn as well. We've seen some of that in the opening stages of this game. He's looked very assured. I was watching him in the warm-up as well, Simon, just to see if there was any show of nerves, and he handled that very well.
Taladera. Stefan Mort looking to apply pressure on the goalkeeper. Senna's been caught in possession. Chance here for Archie Goodwin. And he opted to be unselfish. Maybe it was the wrong decision. It came pretty quickly at Zach Clough. Big chance for the Reds. And Sydney almost having their pants pulled down.
That's a huge chance. I mean, Devonish Mears put Senna under all sorts of pressure. And he reads where the space is, Senna, but the touch is closed down very quickly. I thought Archie Goodwin should have gone on his own there. The far post was gaping. Big let off for Sydney FC.
Well, in the first instance, in fairness to the goalkeeper, it was Leo Senna who got caught in possession. Sydney very nearly made to pay. And they do something at the other end. Lolly a little bit of miss with that pass for Courtney Perkins, and the return's not the best either. And it goes for a throw off the boot of Corey Holman. Still the A-League's top scorer with 8. Joe Lolly, but no goal in the last few games. 4 matches without scoring now.
It's actually 4 matches since one of Sydney FC's strikers last scored. Of course, King Quintal, Courtney Perkins scored most recently. It's something that I'm sure, even though they have the best attack, I'm sure if Talley will want to see the likes of Joe Lolly, Klimala on the score sheet today.
Nice readjustment from Senna. Caceres driving into the box. Support from De Jesus. And room here for Caceres. Adelaide switched off for a minute. Back post is Lolly. Sit back over his shoulder, but the Reds survive.
You can already see the quality that Anthony Caceres brings to this Sydney FC lineup in midfield. Incisive runs he makes from midfield as well.
Now Clough looking to thread the needle, and Devonish Mears had to come out to play sweeper keeper, and he did it pretty well to ward off the threat of Dylan Parias and that pace in behind.
Well, he gets a little bit of criticism, Devonish Mears, for how far out he plays, but on that occasion, if his positioning wasn't just spot on, Sydney FC were in a lot of trouble, because as soon as Clough received that ball, even before he was facing forward, Dylan Parias was on his bike.
The early game today in the A-League, men finished a short time ago. Auckland defeating Macarthur by 2-1. That puts Auckland 5 points clear of Adelaide United at the top of the table. Parias driving the cross in. Johnny Yole getting busy. Leo Senna sorting things out for Sydney. Here's Anas Wahim looking to steer it in behind. He's not quite on the same page as Patrick Klimala.
Well, it was the execution, wasn't it? You could see what Wahim was trying to do. Just bend it with the outside of his right foot.
Good turn in midfield by Yole. And looking for that pace of Dylan Parias on the right. Whenever they can. It's a great weapon for them. That's a lovely turn by Senna. Good challenge by Kikianis on Klimala. He's got a bit to say to his Polish opponent afterwards as well, who stayed down for a second or two. Stefan Mork and Parias on the right. It's Mork and Devon Ishmael's made the block somehow. Sydney's defence was rocking.
Well, for all the possession Sydney FC have had, they've dodged two massive bullets. Firstly, the one that they gave to Archie Goodwin, and that one there, that's a big save from Devon Ishmael.
Adelaide have scored 15 first-half goals so far this season. Only Macarthur have scored more. They've had the two best chances so far of the game. Jesus holding back Zach Clough, and there's going to be a yellow card here for the Sydney FC fullback for stopping that attack from eventuating.
Here's that chance with Parias over the top. Stefan Mork making his trademark runs into the box. And that is a big chance. That's really good delivery into Mork. He'll probably be disappointed, Mork, that he didn't get more on that, and maybe a little bit of air, as we see that foul from De Jesus.
Zach Clough's delivery. Keeper comes out and punches this time. Volleyed back in by Barnett. And Devon Ishmael. Happy to let the ball go behind for a goal kick. By the way, on the pronunciation of Zach De Jesus, I've had a bit of stick for that, but I've checked again today, and I'm told that's what he wants, so that's what I'm going with until I hear differently.
And who am I to argue on pick and stick, Simon? He played against his father years and years ago, Ivo, but I never called him by his surname. I called him a few other things because he was a very handy striker in his day. I was a defender.
Sydney playing through the press with good, crisp passes. Courtney Perkins on the left. Sky Blues, of course, now 3 games without a win. Losses to Melbourne Victory and Brisbane, and goalless draw away to Wellington. They haven't lost 3 games consecutively since rounds 1 to 3 last season, which of course led to the departure of Steve Corica. Lolly. Well read by Kikianis. As for the Reds, just the one loss so far this season. Came at home against the Wanderers by 3-2 after Adelaide were 2 goals up. Joe Lolly's a fair bit of discomfort after that nice little passage of play. Evans not showing him too much sympathy. Here's how it happened.
Yeah, it's nasty. You get a defender coming through the back of you like that.
Yeah, right on the toe. It'll be sore in the morning. Giannis going long, easy for Shaw. Ball breaks here though for Zach Clough for Adelaide. Lolly, lovely first touch. Not a bad release either for Wahim. Adelaide scrambling back. Anas Wahim, wide for Joe Lolly. Wanted to find the angle on his left peg. Caceres does fire one in with the right. And it took a touch off the gloves of Ethan Cox. Sydney's best chance so far, and they'll get a corner out of it.
And a couple of beautiful touches in that passage of play. First by Lolly, then Wahim. Then it comes across to Lolly again. You can see what he's trying to do, get on that favoured left foot. Falls for Caceres. And that is a good side of goal for the Sydney FC midfielder, and a good save from Cox. Ball was swerving and dipping off the right boot of Anthony Caceres. Not easy for the Adelaide custodian.
Anas Wahim's delivery. Good tail to it. Flicked off the head of Bart Friends. Caceres. Lolly trying to get a piece of it, but he was well shackled in the end. Fabian Taladera. Johnny Yell. Kikianis. Nicely angled out towards Clough. Support from Yell. Johnny Yell again. Bit of space here for Dylan Parias. Takes a touch and fires wide. Another good chance for Adelaide United.
Very good chance. Fashioned down this left-hand side. Ended up with that man there, Parias. And I think he's got to do better here, Parias. He cuts inside very, very well. If there's one criticism, I love watching Dylan Parias play. I think once he starts to believe in himself in those positions, as much as others do, he really could take his game to another level.
De Jesus has made good ground, and the space here centrally for Anas Wahim. Not far off. Let's take an opportunity to go down and say good afternoon to Tristan McManus, who's pitch side for us. Tris.
Hi, gents. Yeah, what a great start to this game. Do you know, it's a beautiful thing when you see the young players representing the clubs here in the A-League, and especially the clubs that they've come from, supporting them. There's 2 full bays on the second balcony up here of black and yellow from Northern Spirit supporting Kyle Shaw. I think he's looked assured so far. They obviously trust him. They're getting him on the ball as much as they can. The biggest thing that would help him out, I think, is Sydney kind of getting to grips with the start of games. They're just coming into it so slow. I mean, the thing that could really settle him down, of course, would be an early goal. Leo Sen, I think, needs to be a bit cleaner on the ball as well. Again, I'm not a footballer. I don't mean to say that, but he has me heart in my mouth every time I watch him.
You're a good dancer, though, Tris.
You better believe it, sunshine.
And when you said Shaw was self-assured, there was no pun intended.
Good to see those youngsters from NWS Spirit these days, Tris, not Northern Spirit. That was way back in the day. Your old club, Mossy. But they have a link to that club from the past.
That's right. It was Gladesville Hornsby before it came Northern Spirit, NW Spirit. But still the same home ground, Christie Park in Ryde.
Watching Kyle Shaw's display with interest as Wahim trips the lock. Fantastic. It's a wonderful run, and it's a quite magnificent save from Ethan Cox. That was brilliant football at both ends of the spectrum.
Absolutely top shelf. Look at Wahim here, the quick feet in and out of defenders, and then he picks his spot on that far post, but Ethan Cox is up to the challenge. Brilliant fingertip save.
Both teams playing chances at either end. Here's the corner, and Klimala firmly out of play. Really where he wanted it to go.
No, we haven't seen a lot of Klimala in this opening 27 or so minutes, nor have we of Archie Goodwin down the other end. I'm having a shocker with names today, Simon, aren't I?
Was he the former head of the A-League at one point?
But both
we
number
all do
nines,
it, Mossy,
yes, we do. Both number 9s just a little bit isolated in this first half an hour.
There's certainly not too much seen of Archie Goodwin, although he did have that opportunity. 12 minutes that he opted to feed in Zach Clough instead. He's on the ball again now, the Reds' top scorer, and he's going to go for goal, but straight at Devon Ishmears.
And right on cue, Archie Goodwin comes into the game. Good run, good cider of goal.
He's got a good record against Sydney FC as well. 4 goals in 5 games as Joe Lolly is released down the right for Sydney. Just over Rennet, and now the flag goes up against the Englishman. Just went fractionally too early.
Yeah, good decision. Our assistant referee at the end of it, he wasn't to know that he was offside at that stage, but I think he was in 2 minds whether to slide it across the face of goal for Klimala with his right foot or cut inside for a trademark Joe Lolly left foot bender.
There we go, that's an interesting stat. Certainly a lot of touches in Adelaide's half of the field, but touches in the opposition box much more even. Here's Mork, and again they look for that speed of Parias, who's onto that in a flash. Faced by Courtney Perkins, who did his job, and Grant sees it behind for a corner, but wow, it's such a weapon to have, and Sydney have got to be careful of that down their left-hand side.
Yeah, they really do. There's been so many warnings already as we just see Jesus caught one on the ankle. But here's Parias again. I still think, I'll say it again, he believes in himself in those situations. He doesn't give Courtney Perkins the opportunity to get back and recover.
Adelaide's second corner. Catches delivery. Devonish Mears with the punch and hooked forward for Sydney by Klimala. Now the counter could be on for the Sky Blues. Wahim. Joe Lolly just got a little bit lost there in the play, where the ball was. That allowed Zach Clough to make the recovery. Adelaide was stretched for a moment.
Yeah, they certainly were. You can see Wahim just waiting for the ball to fall, and then Joe Lolly didn't know which shoulder to look over. Zach Clough doing a really good job. Cover defence.
Clough and Lolly were briefly teammates at Nottingham Forest in England. Sydney have the throw, and again.
Nothing against the two clubs they play for now, but I bet you they'd like to be teammates at Forest this season.
They're going well. Mork, clear trip. And it's Wahim offering the hand of apology.
He's a little bit frustrated, Stefan Mork, because that's the second time he feels he's been impeded in the last few minutes. There was a clash off the ball between him and Ryan Grant on halfway minutes ago. It wasn't pulled up.
Ethan Cox has got himself in a right mess, and he needs Kikianis to clear off the line to deny Anas Wahim. Well, he went walkabout a little bit there, Ethan Cox, and Adelaide very nearly paid the price.
It's almost both ends this has happened, overplaying by goalkeepers. Wahim nearly makes them pay. Kikianis, excellent defending. He spotted the danger straight away, knew exactly what angle to attack his goal line at. Saves his keeper's blushes.
Now the free kick for Sydney. Pretty much midway inside the Adelaide half of the field. Wahim to clip it in, but too straight, too long. Barnett. Clough trying to help the ball on. Very intelligently done by the Englishman. Taladera trying to bend it around Kyle Shaw. Ryan Grant. Sydney never really looked comfortable on the ball there, and they've turned it over. Barnett. Johnny Yell. Mork. It's going to be a Sydney FC throw.
Again, we see this insistence to play out from the back, and I'm all for it when it's on. There are times where I think teams overdo it, put themselves under undue pressure.
Aleague. It's a right idea to play in Dylan Parias. To overrun it. Little back heel by Goodwin. Mork can't reach it. Sydney stretched once again. Kikianis. Taladera. Good readjustment by the teenager. Johnny Yull has made a dart forward and timed it well enough to stay on side as well. Just not enough strength to protect it away from Ryan Grant. There's Leo Senna. Real scrap for the ball. Straight ball through the guts of the Sydney defence, and Archie Goodwin is away here. And now the flag goes up against Goodwin. Credit to Devonish Mears. He wasn't to know that Archie Goodwin was offside, and it was a good stop.
It really was, and credit to the Sydney FC backline for at least keeping their line, if not their ideal starting positions, because that gap that Archie Goodwin was allowed to run into set off alarm bells.
Caceres with the ball into the box. Klimala first to react. Here's Lolly. 1-0 Sydney. Simple as you like. The two imports combine at the end of a flowing move forwards. After Adelaide thought they'd had a good chance at the other end. And Joe Lolly's 4-game scoring drought is over. His 9th of the season. And the Sky Blues lead 1-0.
Yeah, and a wonderful passage of play, as we'll see on the Harvey Norman replay down the right-hand side. The ball played in by Caceres to Klimala, who does so well to use his body and hold the ball up. And then Lolly follows the play, and that's the crucial part here, because it gives Klimala that option to backheel it into the path of the Englishman, and he makes no mistake there. Nothing Ethan Cox can do about that one. Brilliantly worked goal. Great combination play in the Adelaide box by Sydney FC. And you'd have to say a deserved lead.
Well, there he is. 2 goals clear now at the top of the Golden Boot race. And it's 6 goals in 7 matches against Adelaide United, his favourite opponents. It's the 7th time that Sydney have scored first in a game this season. They've won all of the previous 6. And that's for Adelaide United. The 7th time they've conceded first this season. And get this, of the previous 6, they've drawn 2 and won the other 4. So still a long way to go in this game, and given away by Devonish Mears. And he has to make amends. Good save at full tilt to deny Adelaide United. They're still there with a chance for Goodwin. And now Ethan Aleague. Good challenge by Leo Senna. And Sydney survive, but they don't look comfortable defensively.
Well, they're the masters of their own undoing once again, because I have to say Devonish Mears never looked comfortable to play that pass out from the back. He was always on his heels, underhits the pass and then pulls off, then does his job, which is to keep the ball out of the back of his net. Pulls off a couple of very good saves.
De Jesus leaves it for Lolly. Caceres back through Senna. Jesus drifting in behind Taliadeira. Across. A disappointing one in the end. Here's that chance at the other end, Mossy.
Yeah, he just never looked right and set to play that pass. It was a low percentage pass anyway. Good save on both occasions, so he makes up for what he created. And I think I saw Ufuk Talay come to the edge of his technical area and just motion to him. Don't be afraid to play it long.
Yeah, it is allowed.
Yes, Leo!
It's quite incredible in the modern game. I see Southampton do it time and time again and concede goals, and they're trying to stay in the Premier League.
Jesus, strong run from the fullback. Goal kick in the end. And you're right, and I guess it's a product of teams wanting to play out from the back, and we all understand that. Very much a part of the modern game. But you also have to choose your moments.
That's right, and make sure you've got the right ball players in the right positions.
you, Adelaide have just gone long from the goal kick and lost possession, so 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
That's why we're up here, Simon, not down there.
Good turn by Mork. And again, he's asking the question of Sean Evans as to whether he should have had a free kick. Lolly shifts it on quickly for De Jesus. Not a bad cross, and off the knee of Parias and behind for a corner.
Well, it's a tasty cross from Jesus, isn't it? After he combined with Lolly, that's into a really good area. There was just a lack of Sydney bodies close enough to really threaten to get on the end of it.
Sydney looking to extend their advantage. Wahim's corner, out by Archie Goodwin at the near post. Senna. Rebound favours Caceres. Wahim. Courtney Perkins, and Sydney another go from the corner arc. Wahim's delivery. I think Bart Freen's got his head to it before Cox could punch. Caceres. Flicked through the gap nicely for Corey Holman. They're queuing up. Ryan Grant with the shot, but well blocked by Bart Freens, who just threw his body in the way. And Adelaide survive. This game, quite honestly, Mossy, could have been 3 apiece already.
Yep, can't argue that. This is brilliant. Caceres again, look at the way he just floats it over the defender's foot. Ryan Grant finds himself in unfamiliar territory these days as a central defender. And that was very, very smart defending by Bart Vreens, using all his experience anticipating.
Clough gets the free kick. I don't think Anas Wahim agrees, do you?
No, it's not often that you see offenders agreeing with the referee either.
Couple of minutes of the first half to run. It's been a really good watch, and Adelaide could yet get level before the break. Parias went for the early ball. Well, they found him in good positions on 3-4 occasions. He just hasn't been able to find the right ball.
That's right. I think Courtney Perkins took the wrong option there. He went to close the ball rather than be aware of the danger that Parias was mounting by his starting position. Sucked to the ball where Parias was a danger.
Johnny Old driven backwards. Freens. Kikianis. Samantha, a good challenge by De Jesus, but Sean Evans says that's a foul. And I think Leo Senna said something to Sean Evans that he doesn't like, and the ref just reminding him that he's in charge of this game. Thank you.
Well, I think he got the ball, but I think Kikianis' ankle was between Senna's boot and the ball, which does amount to a foul. Talley goes into Sean Evans' book as well. He clearly didn't agree with it.
Shake of the head, but no words. Wisely keeping his counsel after receiving the caution. This free kick delivered by Clough off the head of Holman, punched away by Devonish Mears. Here's Jay Barnett to hang it up towards the back post. It's not away yet for Sydney FC. And in the end, the overhead kick from Kikianis was rather tame. And we're into 1 minute of added time at the end of the first half.
Rufik Talay now needs to be careful on a yellow card before half-time. He certainly doesn't want to be sitting in the grandstand next week.
It's Zach Clough, and they've got numbers again here. Adelaide. Mork to drive it across, and again, they're just missing that final ball, Adelaide. They've been in those sorts of situations half a dozen times at least.
Yeah, they have. It's something Talay's going to have to address at half-time. As Mork's making those late runs, Perez is finding plenty of space, particularly down their right-hand side. You're right, Simon, it's the execution of the final pass that's letting them down, or they could have 3 or 4 to the good.
It's been a fascinating first half. Could easily have had more than just the one goal that divides the teams at the break. Scored by Joe Lolly, his 9th of the season. Anthony Caceres and Patrick Klimala both involved in the build-up. Sydney might have had 1 or 2 more. A couple of really good saves made by Ethan Cox, Lanai Caceres and Anas Wahim. And at the other end, Adelaide have had some really good situations, but are yet to find that killer pass. At the break then, it's the Reds with it all to do. It's Sydney FC leading this one by 1-0. We're off to a break ourselves, and then on the other side of it, I'll have all the first half analysis. Stay with us.
At Coles, we're on a mission to help inspire Aussie kids to eat better and to get active too. Isn't that right, Jeremy?
Sure is.
Which is why we're proudly sponsoring kids' sports programs all over the country, like Coles Mini Roos. It's a great way to get kids moving and to support local communities.
See you, Jeremy.
Coles, proudly supporting Football Australia's Mini Roos.
With the Isuzu D-Max, life is reinvigorated. Whether it's for work or play, you can go your own way. Regardless of your road, the Isuzu D-Max has your back. Life is reinvigorated with the Isuzu D-Max.
3, 2, 1. Banker is back with a vengeance, so prepare to face the most dramatic and unpredictable twists ever.
I won Survivor. I could be a cult leader if I wanted to.
Parvati gains the trust of men and squeezes them until they die.
I'm not telling anyone that I'm the greatest Australian Survivor player of all time. I am deep undercover.
Everyone that wins Survivor is insanely intelligent.
Every single person is a narcissistic psychopath. She's got a secret she's not telling us.
Every treasure hunt needs what?
Map.
A map.
I really do not want you to drop.
There's a switcheroo.
Open the store and you change the game for everyone.
Carpe the hell out of this DM.
Oh my gosh.
Go get those cases! This is the most money anyone has ever won in the history of television.
It's not official till Joe says it.
Deal or no deal?
Deal or No Deal Island. Stream free on 10-Way.
Beware of the banker. You never know what she will do next.
Come Come friend, come foe, come one, come all to the Highlands to see who lives and who falls. Emmy winning The Traitors is back for an all-new season.
To get the job done, I'll stab you in the back. I have a thirst for blood.
Queens and kings, they'll take to the stage on invisible strings.
I don't want to be the duck. I want to shoot the duck. I intend to leave as queen of the castle.
Oh, I've missed this. Even when I tell the truth, it's a lie.
I know you guys have something sadistic up your sleeve.
Dude, if I were them, I'd be scared.
Is lying, and I'm gonna catch her.
You and I gonna have a one-on-one. We gonna get this off the table.
Murder and treachery, secrets and lies.
If you think you can trust somebody, think again.
They'll all stop at nothing for the ultimate prize.
This is crazy.
This game is torture us.
Finally, people are taking me seriously.
Here we go again.
Tensions are getting high and I can feel my blood pressure rising.
If you carry on with that cocky attitude, you might get yourself in trouble.
Baby, I'm gonna be Employee of the Month.
What game is everyone else playing right now? Things are about to get murderous. But only metaphorically, I hope.
Listen, if the only two options are traitor and faithful, you sure host isn't an option? No, I can't.
Hey, back off.
Back to Saturday afternoon of football, live from Allianz Stadium. Anas Wahim here, just amazing his way through Adelaide United players. It wasn't to be though. Ethan Cox with a fantastic save for the Reds. He's been called into action a little bit. Ufuk is yellow carded, but it is Sydney FC that are in the lead. 1 goal to the good. Welcome to the Hungry Jacks halftime show, and a very warm welcome back to Danny McBreen and Archie Thompson. So Sydney FC are in the lead, Macca, but Adelaide United, they've had their fair share of opportunities as well. They're well and truly still in it. It's not a mountain to climb.
No, well, there's been plenty of action at both ends, and we heard it in comms. If Adelaide had been a little bit more clinical with their final pass, they could have had 2 or 3 goals in there. But we spoke about the defences at the start of the game. You've got to give them credit. Last-ditch tackles from Ryan Grant, Kikianis, Vreens to hold off, and both goalkeepers having great games as well. A game of 1-0 has been a lot more action at either end than the scoreline would suggest.
Having a look at the Harvey Norman highlights here, Arch. Talk us through this. There's a very sexy back heel coming very soon. There now.
Yeah, beautiful football actually from Sydney to get into that area. They've been tacking down this right-hand side. I wonder if Ulfi Tele said to the players, there's a young player in there. It's his first minutes in the A-League. Why don't we get at him? Because, Caceres has drifted out in this wide area. The right-hand side, you've seen Lolly, and the goal has come from there. And there's been a few occasions where the ball has been played in behind. So that's probably one area that they're really targeting. But like Danny said, I thought that Adelaide, there was a great chance of Gooden, just overcooked it with the pass, which could have set them on their way.
Lots of chat around Sydney FC's defence. Well, let's head back to Allianz Stadium now because Tristan McManus is with their newest signing. Tristan.
Thanks, guys. Yes, I'm here with Sydney FC's brand new signing, Alex Grant. Alex, 10 years since your debut in the A-League, 5 years since being here. Just how excited are you to be back in the league and representing Sydney FC?
You're making me feel old, but yeah, no, fantastic opportunity for me. Really looking forward to getting going. Met some of the boys just before the game and flew in yesterday, so yeah, really excited, raring to go.
How quickly has the move come about? Because on paper, your attributes, your qualities are everything that Sydney have been called out for, certainly in the last couple of weeks.
Pretty quick, to be honest with you. You know, like a lot's gone on over the last month or so whilst I've been away in China, and you know, I've had a few sniffs here and there, but you know, I want to be here and playing for Sydney FC, and they've come calling, and hopefully I'll answer. You know.
And of course, you're coming in to replace someone who's gone to Portsmouth, where you started your career. But in terms of your body physically, how soon can we see you on the pitch, and just how are you feeling physically, I suppose, and mentally about being back here?
Oh, well, I'd love to be out there today, but obviously being in China, we've only just been in pre-season over the last month or so, so I have got a lack of games, so it'll probably take me a couple of weeks just to build that fitness up, but hopefully even next week I'll put my hand up if you'll take me on, and you know, hopefully play in the derby, you know.
Well, that's all we want to hear. It's great to have you back in the league. Superb. Good on you. All the best. Enjoy today.
Well, he knows what's coming up on the schedule. He said, I want to be ready for the derby. Great to see Alex Grant back. Of course, he won a premiership with Perth Glory as well. So much heading your way. Football Tonight presented by Ninja. A little bit of lippy lilas and a special guest busted. Ed Cavalier cannot wait for that. That was the Hungry Jacks halftime show. It's going to be fun. You're going to want to hold on to your seats for that one. And don't forget, the player of the season is back yet again. We'll see you soon.
With the Isuzu D-Max, life is reinvigorated. Whether it's for work or play, you can go your own way. Regardless of your road, the Isuzu D-Max has your back. Life is reinvigorated with the Isuzu D-Max.
Reimagine outdoor cooking with the Ninja Woodfire Outdoor Oven. Unlock high-heat woodfire flavour you can see and taste. Smoke low and slow or crank up the heat for blistering crunch. From artisan pizzas to smoky woodfire creations. Add authentic woodfire flavours to anything you make. Share the flavours of your world with the Ninja Woodfire Outdoor Oven.
Melbourne City aim for a winning standard. So do we. At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Award for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus.
On now at Harvey Norman, kings of the big screen. Save up to a huge 20% off selected Samsung TVs and up to 15% off selected LG TVs. Upsize and save big on Samsung and LG. Hurry, must end Sunday. Best prices guaranteed at Harvey Norman now.
Hungry Jack's Mega Feast. Mega value. 2 Whopper cheese, 2 cheeseburgers, 2 chicken royale, 4 small chips, 4 small drinks, plus 3 chicken tenders for only $39.95. Only at Hungry Jack's.
CommBank is giving 50 customers the opportunity to win the CommBank Matildas to promote their business as part of a national ad campaign. Cut. Enter your business today. Search CommBank Small Business.
It'd be nice if the government actually listened. The housing crisis is right in front of them.
I can help with that. That's part of our plan, actually.
Oh, yeah? What about the broken health system?
Of course, that too. And safer communities? Lowering living costs?
Restoring regional services?
Absolutely.
WA needs a government that will listen and will focus on the right priorities.
Authorised by S. Morgan for Liberal Perth.
Making things has always been part of us. Now it's time to build a future made in Australia. We'll create a stronger economy by making more things in our big backyard. We're investing in you to learn new skills and in manufacturing and technology to create well-paid jobs. We'll make more of Australia's natural advantages, turning critical minerals into cleaner energy and batteries, and create a more secure future for everyone. That's a future made in Australia. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Come on, you've got this. I don't know. Maybe it's all a bit too hard.
Mum, even I've done it. It's easy.
Compare the pair. Same age, same income, same starting balance. Whether Cleo switched to an industry super fund 5, 10 or 15 years ago, she's been better off.
How'd you do it?
I compared the pair.
Thank you. For changing my life.
Jen's wandering around like she's still your wife.
Things will get better, I promise.
Used to live here.
This is crazy behaviour.
She lied. That's what she does. She lies all the time.
What does she look like? The woman who took my child.
The Ex-Wife. Tuesday after I'm a Celebrity on 10.
Medal is brought to you by Isuzu Ute. The winner of the prestigious award will win their choice of a brand new top-of-the-range Isuzu D-Max or 7-seat MUX. Plus, the Isuzu Ute Alex Tobin medalist will nominate a junior football club to win $10,000. Make sure you're watching this season's grand final when the winning player and club will be revealed.
We'll find out the winner at the conclusion of the season, but taking a look at the action ahead of us right now in the Paramount Plus Player Index between Sydney FC and Adelaide United is Harrison Devonish-Mears, who sits top of the pops. He had to make amends for a mistake he made and then cleared it off the line, but he has been called into action and very busy, which shows you that Adelaide United are well and truly still in this contest. It is 1-0 at the moment, and kick-off to the second half is a moment away.
Want to lose fat? New from FBX, Optimizer Fat Loss Fort. 2 clinically researched actives help reduce body and belly fat with up to 3 times more fat loss than placebo, including belly fat thickness. The latest in assisted fat loss science, now in a capsule for up to 3 times more fat loss. Available without a prescription. FBX Optimizer Fat Loss Fort.
At Deakin University, your career develops from day one of study. We're the #1 university in Victoria for graduate employment. With work-integrated learning, develop the real-world skills you need. Why settle for less?
Gogglebox is back. 7:30 Thursdays.
Get ready for the screams.
And it's only on
10, 100%.
On 10. Go Gogglebox! New Gogglebox is coming to Thursdays only on 10.
Welcome back to Allianz Stadium. Second half just moments away. No changes made as far as we're aware by either coach at the break. Sydney with their noses in front thanks to Joe Lolley's 9th of the season. As for Adelaide, well, they have scored multiple goals in 11 of their 13 games so far this season. They are more than capable of turning this one around, but will need a little bit better execution than they showed in the first 45. Sydney will have their eyes on just a 4th clean sheet of the season. And there were moments in the first 45 when their defence were living on their nerves somewhat. Let's see how the second half pans out, which Sydney have the kick-off for, and immediately go towards Joe Lolley down the right-hand side. And one in the air by Kikianis, but it drops at the feet of Corey Holman. Here's Lolley in behind, and Klimala scores with 13 or 14 seconds of the second half elapsed. Wow, big goal for the Sky Blues in front of the Cove. And it's situation reversed from the first goal. Lolley the provider this time, and Klimala the scorer. What a start for Sydney FC to the second half.
Well, that is the perfect start, isn't it, for the home side on the Harvey Norman replay. Looks like Lolley is onside. There's a split hair in it, but a good decision by the assistant referee to keep his flag down, I think. And Klimala, the poacher, puts himself in just the right position and slides in ahead of Ethan Cox to give his side a 2-goal advantage. Brilliant start in the second half. Sydney FC on the front foot right from the get-go.
It's 6th of the season. Of course, VAR are going through their checks as they have to do, just to make sure that Joe Lolley was onside. And if it is confirmed, 6 in the A-League and 9 in all competitions since signing for Sydney for Patrick Klimala. And we're told that the goal has been confirmed by VAR. Not sure Sean Evans knows yet. Now he does. And you can almost hear the sigh of relief from the Sydney fans at Allianz. And Carl Veert's half-time team talk, Mossy, has just gone right out of the window. And they've got some more defending to do here. Joe Lolley, a goal and an assist. Not anything productive on that occasion.
No, and there's the lines. A very, very good decision by the on-field officials, confirmed by VAR.
Adelaide have coughed the ball up again inside their own half. Raheem, Sydney looking to try and finish this game. within 5 minutes of the restart, and it's wide by Corey Holman, who's still awaiting his first goal in the competition.
Well, they're in the mood, aren't they? Wahim, Caceres, we know what their trickery's like around the box, and Holman just couldn't wrap his toe around it to get some bend. Would have taken it into that far post area of Ethan Cox's goal.
Well, when they met at Cooper's in December, that's a foul by Klamala, by the way. Kikianis. Adelaide United had a 2-goal lead up until the 89th minute. Sydney came back to draw the match. Not beyond the realms of possibility that the Reds could give Sydney a dose of their own medicine. Another look at the goal.
Sorry, Simon. Great weight of pass from Corey Holman into the feet of Joe Lolly, who timed his run perfectly, just held his ground, and then slides it into the path of Klamala. He scored a real poacher's goal.
Arias, driven back by Courtney Perkins. Adelaide have got through that press, though. Now look to open things up. Arias played in by Clough. Oh, and he goes near post, and Devonish Mears was fooled, and Adelaide are straight back in the game. 2 goals in the opening 4 minutes of the second half, and it's game on again. 2-1.
Well, the script just went out the window again, as we see on the Harvey Norman replay. Adelaide coming down the right-hand side. Clough with a well-weighted pass into the path of Piraeus. And as a goalkeeper, Devonish Mears will be ruining the fact that he anticipated the cross rather than covered his near post. And the eyes have it, he got caught out by that man there, Piraeus. Fantastic finish, and that's the type of belief you want to see from him inside the opposition penalty box.
It's just his 3rd of the season, and strangely enough, all 3 have come in Sydney. Scored 2 against the Wanderers in a 4-3 win at Combank, and now 1 here today. Given that he was probably guilty of spurning some of Adelaide's better opportunities in the first half, Mossy will be feeling a whole lot better about himself at this very moment. Joe Lolly is still down on that far side. He collapsed in a heap after a challenge with Taladera. And looks as though he's had all the wind knocked out of him.
Yep, that's right, right in the midriff. There's the pass. Beautiful raking pass. I think it was just the elbow.
Right in the ribs.
Yeah, of Taladera. I don't think there was anything overly malicious in it. But they don't tickle.
Almost a bit of a stunned silence around Allianz after that goal for Adelaide. Prior to that, Sydney fans were preparing to party. Wahib. Caceres looking for that run of Joe Lolly.
It'll be a moment that Ufuk Talay will be absolutely steaming about for 2 reasons. A, that 2-0 scoreline that we know so much about. And secondly, the first 5 minutes after you score is when you're at your most vulnerable.
So Clough can have a go here. Oh, I'll tell you what. That couldn't have been too far away.
Well, it was a magnificent strike, but only just off target. But that's way too much space to give someone like Zach Clough in midfield. There's only the circumference of a ball, I think, in that.
Are we set for another classic between these two? Certainly that at Cooper's in the 3-3 draw. And the way Sydney have defended again today, Mossy, stake your house on that being the end of the scoring.
No, you certainly wouldn't. It does feel like it's coming to the boil.
2 more games still to come tonight in the Isuzu Ute A-League men's competition. Got an F3 derby for you. Paramount Plus and on 10 Bowl between the Mariners and the Jets. then Perth up against Melbourne Victory later on today. Klimala went down rather theatrically. Sean Evans wasn't particularly impressed. Klimala looks to be in some pain. It'll be interesting watching the replay on this one. Sean Evans thought there was nothing in this. I think the ref might be right.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Was there a bit of contact from Threens? Did he cut across the line of Klimala?
Maybe a little bit, but it is a contact sport.
Anyway, it was just a throw for Sydney. They've got another one now. Courtney Perkins. Turned back by Holman for centre. It's going to be a Sydney FC corner. Sydney's sixth corner of the game. Wahim towards the back post, and it was Kyle Shaw, the debutant, who believes he should have scored, and I think he might be right.
I think he copped a little knock as well. Yeah, there's a little head clash
with fellow debutant Taladera.
Great to see two debutants coming together, but that was almost a very good header. He rose well, did Kyle Shaw. Just slightly off target. Good to see him showing the confidence to attack a ball like that.
That would have had all those NWS Spirit youngsters on their feet.
And it has to be said, Simon, it speaks to the culture of NWS and Sydney FC, including the junior clubs as well. The turnout is phenomenal up in the stands.
Great inspiration for them to see one of their own making his debut. By the way, Leo Senna just offering thanks to the gods that he got a free kick there. He feels he's been a bit hard done by again today. Nice manoeuvre by Wahim. Well stopped by Threens. Here's Parias. All the way back for Ethan Cox. And for Taladera. Straight at centre. Wahim picking up the loose ball, but held up by Barnett. Zach Clough rugby tackle by Ryan Grant. That's going to be the easiest yellow card of the afternoon, issued by Sean Evans.
Yeah, well, he outfoxed himself there. Ryan Grant, he overcommitted, didn't he? Zach Clough knew where the space was.
Fourth yellow card of the season for Ryan Grant. Puts him on the brink of a ban. Space here for Parias. Devon Spears had to come. Good decision in the end. Scooped forward by Parias. It's found Stefan Morg. It's wrestled off the ball by Courtney Perkins. Wahim. It's going to be a yellow card as well if Sean Evans is being consistent, and he is.
Yeah, there was no choice there, was there? Jay Barnett gave himself up as well. Wahim, so good to watch on the ball, isn't he? Those tight areas.
By the way, just whilst we got this little break, we understand just on the kit saga that we referred to in the first half, Sydney apparently have to wear this kit twice at home this season, so This was the game that was allocated to them by the APL. Why they have to, not quite sure. It might be a sponsor requirement. Commercial obligation, we're told. Well, in my opinion, those commercial obligations need to change. If your home kit's sky blue, you wear sky blue. Didn't they fight a legal battle against Melbourne City, who tried to take the Sky Blues name away from them years ago?
They did.
Caceres. Holman not going to reach that, and that's going to be the signal for Calvert to make a couple of changes here. Isaias and Luka Jovanovic standing by. Jay Barnett, who's just gone into the book, is going to make way for Isaias, and it's the perhaps predictable change in attack. Archie Goodwin has been a little quiet today. Well, he did have a couple of chances in the first half. Takes his leave, and Luka Jovanovic takes his spot. What a luxury for Calvert to have two good, hungry young Australian strikers in competition for the number 9 jersey.
Yeah, it really is. And I keep saying it over and over, Calvert and his coaching staff doing a wonderful job developing young Australian players, but getting results along the way as well.
Still got a bit to do here. Not lost an away game in the A-League, Adelaide United, since going down 2-0 to the Mariners at the back end of last season. Their perfect road record is under threat here. Here is Kikianis. Lovely ball by Senna. Klimala. Clough got a foot in. Aleague looks forward, and there weren't too many options really. Freeds. Clough. Dylan Perea is clearly being held back. That's got to be a yellow card as well for Courtney Perkins.
Yeah, he got himself wrong side there, and Perez has pasted the rest. Wonderful pass from Zach Clough as well. There wasn't a lot of room to play with there. Look at that for technique.
Floated it beautifully, didn't he?
And the weight, just magnificent. As I said, so close to the sideline.
4th yellow of the season for Courtney Perkins as well. Given Sydney's defensive issues, which have been alleviated slightly by the news at half-time that they have signed Alex Grant, the former Perth Glory defender. They certainly don't need to lose any more players, certainly not to suspensions. Can they protect their 2-1 advantage here? Zach Clough with the set piece. Goalkeeper thought about coming. Now the flag goes up. Schum against Stefan Morg. Lolly. Sydney could open it up here. Wahib. Quite get enough in it to angle it out wide for De Jesus. Senna shrugs off one challenge. Little cut back for Wahib. Crosses beyond Klimala. Lolly reaches it at the back post. Klimala brings it down. Held up by Kikianis. pushing again for that 2-goal advantage, which they had very briefly at the outset of the second half. Lolly. Holman. De Jesus. Wahim. Back through Kyle Shaw. Wasn't really there for the debutants, and Adelaide spring forward. Jovanovic, fresh off the bench, of course. Shaw got back goal side to atone for his error, but it will be a Reds corner.
Yeah, and that's where Sydney will have to be careful. You can see Adelaide setting the trap there in midfield, not pressing overly high, but just waiting for Sydney to try and overplay. Pick a pass between the lines to pounce. They did just that to transition into attack.
Corner work short for Aleague. Cross, an awkward one for Devonish Mears. He got a little piece of it though, and enough to help Sydney scramble it away. And if Klimala wins this duel here, is that a foul? Yeah. Just went in a little strong on Parias. They could have been in a spot to bother there, though, Adelaide, had he won it cleanly.
They could have. I think what gave it away was he looked for the defender. He had eyes on the defender rather than the ball.
Sydney are going to make their first change of the next break in play. Adrian Segicic standing by. Told he's going to be replacing Anthony Caceres. Wahim drives it out towards Lolly. Wahim again. It's been busy today in midfield. Here he is again. Lovely little disguise pass through for Lolly. An important foot in by Kikianis. It will be a Sydney corner, but it might have been more.
Yeah, great defending, Kikianis. He said Wahim's been busy in midfield. He's also been very effective. Look at that for a way to pass. Almost pinpoint perfect.
His trickery in part earned the corner, and he's going to deliver it. Anas Wahim out to the near post by Kikianis. Caceres. Turn ball from Holman. Broke down off the foot of Courtney Perkins. Can Adelaide launch a counter? Not quite. Talley just delaying on that change for a moment. Grant sending it wide for De Jesus. Lolly. Shaw, Courtney Perkins, and Caceres. Klimala dropping off the point of the attack, ostensibly to link the play, and it's gone all the way through back to Devonish Mears. Intelligent ball by Leo Senna to bring Zach De Jesus into play here. Another Sydney corner.
I believe that delay for the substitution may be the Sydney coaching staff changing their mind on who's coming off.
Yeah, Zach De Jesus doesn't look particularly comfortable. So he will be the change. Adrian Segicic to come on. How do they reorganise things now, Mossy? Defensively, that is. Unless Segicic is going to play it right back.
Well, we'll see. See where he lines up, but
to be clutching the abdominal area. Zach de Jesus will try and get some more news on that shortly. Yaya Dakuli is not far away from making an entrance as well for the Reds. Meantime, this corner from Wahim and Ryan Grant at the back post. Seen out safely by the Reds. And then poor ball by Seta. And the counter could be on here. It's unfortunate. Just clipped the heel of Jovanovic. Adelaide have to turn back and defend the other way. It's Joe Lolly on the move. Mesmerising Kikianis. Crucially, not Taladera for Adelaide.
yeah, again, Joe Lolly, we know how dangerous he is when he gets in those one-on-one situations. Just wonder whether it's Leo Senna who's gone to right back. Let's see next time they line up defensively.
Wahim's corner. Safely pouched by Ethan Cox. Well, if that is the case, that Leo Senna's at right back, I'm not sure whether it might be Corey Holman, but anyway. Either way, they've got a midfielder at right back, a right back in the centre of defence alongside a debutant. That's how deep their defensive issues go at the moment, yeah, Sydney FC.
It's all hands to the pump, isn't it? I think it was Senna originally, but then you're right. Here's Corey Holman, who's to the right of Ryan Grant.
Miscue by Kyle Shaw. Ryan Grant, the more experienced of the two, to the rescue. That's the sort of leadership you need from your captain. Here's that change for Adelaide United. Stefan Morg is the man replaced, and Yaya Dakuli has been used to really good effect off the bench this season by Carl Veert. He is to come on in his place. So he is to take the captain's armband. Regular skipper Ryan Kitto, of course, still out with injury. Adelaide have got their issues in that regard as well. And as mentioned at the start, Mossy, Carl Veert about to lose 4 of his young guns to the AFC Under-20 Asian Cup with the young Socceroos. It's not come about at a good time of the season, that really, has it, for the Reds?
No, it really hasn't. I mean, from a development point of view, fantastic. You're a victim of your own success in how you develop young players when you lose them to the national teams. From the club's point of view, on the stage of the season, it is tough.
Here's Yaya Dakuli, will relish the chance at having a go at Corey Holman. Heavy first touch by Zach Clough. That was a chance in the offing there for the Reds, and they couldn't take it. They have been rather wasteful today.
They certainly have, and that was a very uncharacteristic heavy touch from Zach Clough. Usually in those positions, he's very assured. I think he second-guessed himself whether to take it first time on his left foot. He'll try and take a touch.
Dakuli. Again, Ryan Grant's covering left and right. Isaias. Parias. Through Friends. Now Kikianis. Aleague. Space here for Dukuli, but he's offside. The red substitute.
The risk of throwing out the most common line used by commentators in that situation, you should never be caught offside when you're looking right across the defensive line of the opposition.
I don't think Carl Weerts is particularly happy, to say the least.
Just kills all the momentum that you build in those situations and releases the pressure valve.
This is what it would mean to the ladder. Sydney FC would climb into 5th. And Adelaide would remain in 2nd, but miss the chance to close the gap on Auckland, who would be 5 points clear if it stays this way. Two big games to come later. The F3 derby after this, and then Perth Glory hosting Melbourne Victory. Piraeus released by Clough and tricking his way past Courtney Perkins, and Jovanovic went first time, wasn't really set properly, might have even come off his standing foot and glanced wide.
Well, herein lies the danger of the yellow card that Courtney Perkins is on. He's got to be very careful how he defends a player with that type of pace and trickery. You're going to have for a step over, and then you can start to second guess yourself. And Jovanovic will be very disappointed he didn't get more purchase on that strike, because the pace was already on the ball from Piraeus. Jovanovic just had to guide it into the far post area, and he couldn't quite get connection.
Now Lolly has sprinted clear of the Adelaide defence. Chance to seal it here for Sydney. Took a big deflection, cleared off the line by Kikianis. And then Segatic turns the ball in. The goal stands for now. Adelaide might claim that there was a foul on Bart Freens in the build-up, but Adrian Segatic has made it 3-1 for Sydney, with his 6th of the season, and all 6 have come here at Allianz Stadium.
Well, you're right, Simon. VAR will look for some contact inside the area. There's no risk of anyone being offside, because Kikianis had slid in to clear it off the line originally. Has the super sub done it again? Joe Lolly down the right-hand side puts the ball into a dangerous area on the Harvey Norman replay. There's 2 points of contact there on Kikianis in the first instance right there from Segacic, and then on Vreens before Segacic's side foots it into the empty Adelaide net.
Well, in fairness, Vreens has already made the clearing header by the time Courtney Perkins makes contact with him, and we are told that the goal will stand. So Sydney FC have their 2-goal lead back, and he has proved to be something of a talisman off the bench for Ufuk Talay this season. And the Reds have it all to do. Mind you, Sydney came from 3-1 down to draw 3-3 late on. Could the Reds do the same?
Well, you can call him a talisman, I'll call him Talay's man. But yeah, his impact off the bench is really profound.
Piraeus, Adelaide corner. It's been a tough day at the office so far for Adelaide United and their travelling band of fans who are behind the goal being defended by Harrison Devonish-Mears. Before this corner can be taken, Sydney going to make another change. Jaden Kucharski is going to come on to replace Anas Wahi. He's had a good game today. Very influential in midfield for Sydney.
He really has been. He's been phenomenal. His combinations, the way he uses the ball, his way to pass, his range of passing. Top draw.
Here's Zach Clough's corner. Courtney Perkins sees it out at the near post. Yule's attempted cross was charged out. Do you see a way back into this for the Reds, Mossy?
Well, I wouldn't rule it out based on Sydney's defensive woes this season. and Adelaide's attacking prowess as well.
Ryan Grant turning the ball over, only briefly. Very good feet, very quick feet by Adrian Segicic. Too quick for the Reds defenders.
Yeah, excellent. He just releases the pressure for his side as well. Look at that for quick feet. And the way he uses his body.
He got a hat-trick against the Mariners, 2 goals against Western United. And now 1 here today. Is that enough to settle Sydney FC and their defensive nerves? Next engagement, of course, is one of the biggest games of all in the Aleague calendar, the Sydney Derby, here against the Wanderers next week. Adelaide have got a home game against Melbourne City coming up on the 7th of Feb. Zach Clough, or Corey Holman. Just managed to recover in time before Johnny Yule arrived. Caceres. Jacked forward by Senna, and the appeals for handball against Isaias have been heeded. Senna took it quickly, and Kucharski's away here, threading it through. Segicic in behind, round the keeper, but the wrong side of the post.
He did so well to get himself in the position to strike on goal. Segicic. A lovely little threaded pass from Kucharski, reading the run of Segicic. I thought there was a little bit of contact. He could have chosen to go down and ask the question. He kept his feet.
It's all really thanks to the quick thinking of Leo Senna, who took that free kick. Double quick. Sydney have got Leo Senna down on the far side after an altercation with the Cooley, but no foul. And here's Parias, locked off, but fairly so by Kucharski. Still 10 minutes plus stoppages to run in this one, as the shadows lengthen at Allianz Stadium. And a goal for Adelaide now would make it a really interesting finale. The Cooley finds the gap for Aleague. Tries to return the compliment and does so. Now Sydney can try and break. Kucharski looking to release Klimala. Kikianis steps forward, puts the pass too far to one side of Yaya De Cooley. It's been a very open game. Segicic not happy with himself. And this is going to make the Sydney FC fans very happy. The return of their marquee man, Douglas Costa, at the expense of Patrick Klimala. He's been missing the last 6 matches with that hamstring problem sustained in the Big Blue, which Sydney FC won by 3-0 here at Allianz. Patrick Klimala got his goal today to make it 2-0. And on comes Costa, who, as you'll remember, was the real hero of the hour for Sydney in the first meeting with Adelaide United. A goal and an assist as we watch Patrick Klimala's goal contribution today.
Yeah, fantastic. Poacher's goal, as I called it at the time. He just positioned himself so well. Lolly slid it across.
Kucharski ran straight into Aleague. Caceres. Costa. Trying to stretch for his first touch of the ball. Watch those hamstrings, Dougie. Caceres finding the gap for Segacic. It's good play by Sydney. Caceres, that should do it. Sydney FC get a 4th goal, and it was beautifully worked and wonderfully finished by Anthony Caceres. And that should be that here at Allianz.
Well, Costa makes it an immediate impact. Come here, let's play together on this left-hand side. And then the opportunity will open up, and Caceres is central to it as well. And look at this for an assured finish from Caceres. Time stands still for a player of that quality. And he just glides the ball into that far post area. Ethan Cox at full stretch, nothing he could do about it. Brilliantly worked Sydney FC goal.
Centimetre perfect into that bottom corner. Just his 2nd goal of the season. And to think that Ufuk Talay was about to substitute him prior to that injury for Zach de Jesus. Talking of subs, you get a couple here for the Reds. Zach Clough and Johnny Yole to take their leave. And we're going to see the introduction of Ryan White and Austin Ayubi late on for the Reds. But it looks a lost cause now, Mossy, for Carl Veert's team.
Yeah, it does, and they'll rue the first half because they had plenty of opportunities, lacking the execution or the cutting edge to score more goals on Sydney, and Sydney have made them pay in a big, big way.
They were the perfect 6 on the road prior to today, the Reds. Back on the first half, I guess in particular, Mossy, with some rueful thoughts. They had some really good situations, Adelaide United. Second half, Sydney have put them to the sword.
Yeah, that's exactly what they'll look at, Simon, no doubt, in the analysis, the aftermath of this game. But it's been an entertaining game. I mean, chances at both ends. We've had 5 goals so far. 2 teams really going at it. It's so hard to pick winners in this A-League, Simon.
Cooley, a little bit unlucky that ball rebounded back off him. Here's our Paramount Plus player index points today. It's a Sydney 1, 2, 3. Any argument with the order, Mossy?
No, I don't think so. I would have maybe put Wahim a little bit higher. I think he's been absolutely key to this result for Sydney today.
Leo Senna, top of the shop. Here's Segacic, who's contributed a goal and an assist off the bench for Ufuk Talay. Throw off Corey Holman in that makeshift right fullback role. Isaias Ayubi. Leo Senna emphatically putting the ball out of play.
Well, I'm sure he knew what he was doing there to keep the ball down, but had it got in the air, someone in the front row was going to cop it.
Seen up and away. At the near post by Carl Shaw. He's had a pretty good debut by and large, Mossy.
Yeah, he has. I don't think he's put a foot wrong on too many occasions. He's been assured. He's put himself about.
Ayubi. And just sort of pawed away by Devonish Mears. Pretty unorthodox. Did the job, though. Breaks here for Costa. He's not got the legs, but he's got the trickery to get through two defenders. And the release ain't bad either. Segacic onto it. And he was trying to square it up for Kucharski. That would have been a wonderful goal.
Well, he got a little bit lucky in the first instance, Douglas Costa, but not the second. It was a brilliantly worked pass for the run of Segacic. This is a magnificent sign for everyone involved in next week's derby if Costa can get through these last few minutes.
Here's Parias. Off balance. Yep, he did a lucky bounce off Isaias there, but the weight of the ball for Segacic was sumptuous.
Oh, incredible.
Well, if you haven't watched this game, Mossy, you'll look at the scoreline and think, well, that's a convincing Sydney FC win. Maybe a bit more so in the second half, but not sure that's the entire story of the game.
No, I think the story really is Sydney have taken their chances and Adelaide haven't. And that probably is a more accurate summary.
Ayubi. Seen out by Grant.
He's had a mixed afternoon, Devonish Mears. He's pulled off a couple of important saves.
Here's Ethan Aleague, blocked by Senna. Two Brazilians combining to get Sydney out of that little spot of bother in the corner.
And they just made that little passage of play look so easy, but it's really not. Way to pass from Costa forward.
Well, we might have Douglas Costa against Juan Mata next week.
Well, hamstring versus hamstring. Mata limped off last night.
He did, yeah.
So that would be a big risk, and I think Costa, with the limited minutes here, that would still probably be a risk to start him next week.
There you go, that's an interesting stat. The XG for Adelaide a fair bit higher than Sydney FC. Of course, it's the goals column, for and against, that counts. Here's Costa. Caceres showing he can play a bit in tight spaces as well. Adelaide come away with the ball. Ayubi. Ivanovic. Shot on target by Parias, but well held by Devonish Mears.
Yeah, good hands from the Sydney FC goalkeeper. Well worked by Adelaide. Tidy volley from Parias. But I think that XG probably confirms what I was just saying a couple of minutes ago about Devonish Mears. He's had a mixed afternoon, a few good saves. He's also overplayed at times to put his team under some pressure.
Well, we've almost played 2 of the additional 4 minutes at the end of the 90. Sydney FC very close to getting back to winning ways. Good preparation for the big derby next week.
Yeah, and for that reason, it's a massive, massive result for Sydney today. I think I'd stop short of saying it's a statement win. It's certainly a real confidence-boosting win, given Adelaide how they've been playing, where they are on the ladder.
Cooley just slightly behind Isaias. Been that sort of an afternoon for the Reds. And the happiest club of all at the end of this, no doubt, will be Auckland FC. After their win over MacArthur, they'll be 5 points clear in a couple of minutes. Here's Costa. Is there a bit of icing on the cake? Costa wants a goal. Who would deny him?
That's right. There's a couple of things in that. First of all, it tested the hamstring. So that's a good change of pace from the Brazilian superstar. To see him in that positive frame of mind is great going into next week's derby. Unless you're Alan Stajic and Western Sydney Wanderers players and supporters, of course.
The Cooley. The goal now would just be consolation for the Reds. Cooley and Holman collapsing in a heap. And it's a goal kick. It should just about see us through to full time.
Got to say too, Corey Holman has made a fist of right back as well.
And that is full time here at Allianz. Sydney FC ending their 3-game winless streak as they inflict a first away defeat of the season on Adelaide United, and just a second all told of the campaign. The Sky Blues back into the top 6. The Reds missing their chance to keep up the pressure on Auckland. Joe Lolly got Sydney up and running on 35 minutes from Patrick Klimala's assist. And then the roles were reversed just 14 seconds into the second half as Klimala made it 2-0. Dylan Parias pulled it back to 2-1 just 4 minutes after that. But the super sub, Adrian Segicic, then came on and scored a third for Sydney and created a fourth, netted by Anthony Caceres. And Adelaide United had no response to that. 3 big points for the Sky Blues. It's finished Sydney FC 4, Adelaide United 1.
FC fans, the greatest rivalry in Australian football is set to reignite.
Let's have a look then at the Harvey Norman highlights. Mossy, plenty of goals to keep us entertained. Quite frankly, this one could have been 6-all in the end, but Sydney took their chances.
Yeah, they certainly did. I thought they were more clinical than Adelaide. Adelaide, with a few chances in the first half, didn't take them. Sydney FC did. Joe Lolly, so clinical. Klimala, the combination, fantastic. And here's where great pass from Corey Holman first into Lolly, who held his line and then slid it across for Klimala, the poacher, to give Sydney that advantage.
Yeah, but their joy was short-lived. Dylan Parias embarrassing Harrison Devonish-Mir. As you mentioned, Mossy had a bit of a mixed afternoon to make it 2-1.
Yeah, you shouldn't be anticipating as a goalkeeper in that situation. Cover your near post. And here's a goal that looked on first glance like it might be a little bit controversial. Simple finish for the super sub Segicic. In the end, well adjudicated by all the officials.
And Segicic duly added an assist to that goal, teeing up Anthony Caceres with a very neat finish into the corner to round out the scoring at 4-1. Let's have a look at the Alex Tobin marks. 3 points today for Anis Wahim, who was really busy in midfield. Joe Lolly gets 2, and Dylan Parias with 1 for his goal contribution and other bits that he added to Adelaide United's game. Let's get some reaction now with Tristan.
Thank you, Simon. Yeah, I'm here with Anas Wahim. Anas, you really needed a win today, and you totally dominated and deserved it.
Yeah, absolutely. Very important game for us. I think we performed very well from the first minute. We were ready, and yeah, very happy.
What do you put that down to? Because a lot of talk was that you start very, very slow. You got the first goal, and then 15 seconds into the second half, you were 2-0 up.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most important things in football. You have to score in the right moments, crucial moments, and that's what we did today. You know, these are the small things that can decide a game.
I suppose a couple of weeks ago, you showed how to come from 3-1 down, and then today you showed us all, I suppose, how to finish out a game when you're at that. The people who came off the bench really made an impact, certainly at the back line as well. Huge performance from Shaw at the back.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone today was a very, very, very good performance. You know, that's why it's the biggest sport in the world. Everything can happen in this game. You never know what's going to happen. And today we just showed that we were ready in every moment.
I guess it was important as well in terms of a lot of the talk for Sydney has been about the back line. And generally when you concede goals, they don't really matter when the attacking team is getting the goals. You've turned the goal difference on its head now. You've now got the second best goal difference in the league, which essentially in the run-in could count as an extra point. How important is that for you to get goals, but to get a lot of goals?
Very important. You know, you have to be dangerous in the game, that you can score in every moment and in every situation. But as important is that you defend well and that you don't concede too many goals. We have to work on these things in every game and learn from it. And I think we're doing that. And yeah, I'm very happy about the win today, but we have to keep going.
There you go, Derby next week. Best of luck at it. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Yeah, he was pretty good today, was Anas Wahim. Let's have a look at the Paramount Plus Player Index. Leo Senna, though, coming out on top, ahead of Dylan Parias and Anthony Caceres, rounding out the top three. Let's have a look at our next level Ninja player of the game, and we're going to focus in, Phil Moss, on the performance of Joe Lolly. Another goal and another assist for the Englishman today.
Yeah, he's such an important cog in the Sydney FC machine, isn't he? I have to say, Taladera, I thought, for his debut, did a reasonable job. You're never going to contain Joe Lolly for 95 minutes, that's for sure. He did a reasonable job, and Joe Lolly, once again, just these clinical moments where he injects himself in the top third and follows the pass there to be that option for Klamala's back heel, and then just an easy side foot finish.
Yep, 9 goals for the season for Joe Lolly, and that's why the Cove and those Sydney FC fans are in fine voice and celebrating a debut performance as well by Carl Shaw that was pretty good. That's it from us here at Allianz Stadium. After the break, it's Football Tonight with Tara Rushton and our special guest, Ed Cavalier. Stay with us.
It's time for Football Tonight, presented by Ninja. Coming up, he's back. Have you been paying attention? Ed Cavalier is in the house. Who's mic'd up for us ahead of the F3 Derby? And the search for the best ever A-League goal continues.
Taylor, what a tremendous finish.
It's Football Tonight, presented by Ninja, and it's right after this break.
Thank you.
For
changing my life.
Jen's wandering around like she's still your wife.
Things will get better, I promise.
Used to live here.
This is crazy behaviour.
She lied. That's what she does. She lies all the time.
What does she look like? The woman who took my child.
The Ex-Wife. Tuesday after I'm a Celebrity on 10.
Labor has cast a dark shadow over Western Australia, from the rising cost of living to a health system on life support and housing costs pushing families to the edge. For many, things just keep getting darker. After 8 years and the longest boom in our history, are you really better off under Labor?
Authorised by S. Morgan for Liberal Perth.
I'm with one.
Yeah, Mum. I just got my first one.
I started smiling.
Well, we're both with one.
Took
him a while, though.
All in this together.
I heard nearly 6 million Australians have one.
You too could be better off with a super fund run for you. Just look for the symbol.
Making things has always been part of us. Now it's time to build a future made in Australia. We'll create a stronger economy by making more things in our big backyard. We're investing in you to learn new skills and in manufacturing and technology to create well-paid jobs. We'll make more of Australia's natural advantages, turning critical minerals into cleaner energy and batteries, and create a more secure future for everyone. That's a future made in Australia. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Amazing scenes today as Gazza starts his quit smoking journey. There's the motivation he needs. And he has Nicorette Quit Mist on his team from Australia's #1 stop smoking brand. Ooh, could be in trouble here. That's sheer willpower. He's got to dig deep now. And he reaches for Nicorette Quick Mist. It starts to relieve nicotine cravings from just 30 seconds to give more power to your willpower. Get Nicorette Quick Mist for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
The Siren has already given away over 30k.
What?
Seal the deal! Oh, yeah! Are we ready to do this? New deal, 6 o'clock weeknights on 10.
We are making Saturday nights great again. Welcome to Football Tonight, presented by Ninja, where we couldn't get enough of him once, so it had to come twice. Ed Cavalier, a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you very much, Tara. Great to be here. Archie and Ed.
How you going?
Good
Simon.
Matt Simon. Always a pleasure. Always wanted to meet you.
Close. You might ask, because Daniel McBreen, Matt Simon, Daniel McBreen alongside me, and Archie Thompson, we're all dressed in heritage kit because it is Heritage round for the Central Coast Mariners. We're gearing up for the F3 Derby, and it does mark 20 years of the F3 Derby for the Central Coast Mariners. And we're sorry, Macca, because we know that there was a bit of a get-together, low-key, in Gosford, that unfortunately you couldn't get off work. So you're missing a catch-up with Arnie and Rosie.
Thanks to bosses.
And all of it. So sorry about that. Ed, and you've been busy as well. This is another time that you're catching up with Archie on the couch yet again. So before I know it,
Let's just make sure people know that's a television thing. Matt's idea. Here we are, Archie, lighting up YouTube with the A-League's download show. Me filling in for Max Rushton, the other Rushton in the media.
That's right.
Archie Thompson, and a young man whose name I didn't catch.
Tommy. Tommy, was it?
Tommy. Wow, he's not really good. The years are starting to take their time. Yes, and we'll be back together on Monday.
On Monday.
Yes,
Monday.
absolutely right. Thank you so much.
Well, we can't wait for it. We'll watch that on YouTube.
Did you watch this week?
Well, I didn't, because I was too busy watching The Tactician with Daniel McBreen.
I did. I love the new additions, the plants in the background. It's just given that zing and that pop.
I don't believe him.
Don't believe him.
You can see how much Macca's been watching it. A lot's happened in the time since we saw you last. We didn't actually get an opportunity to ask Ed Cavalier some of the fun facts or the things that people wouldn't know about you. Which video store? Video store for 12 years you worked at.
Yeah, I worked there for so long that it was all of them. It was Blockbuster, it was Civic Video, and then it was out of business because of Netflix. That was in Sydney, on New South Head Road and Old South Head Road. I worked there when I was a young man. And don't look at me like it wasn't cool and I didn't have any friends.
Friday nights, that was a place to hang.
And Saturday.
Okay.
Yes, my first job was on a Japanese Pizza Hut ad. It was a takeoff of Friends, and I played Chandler. And the only thing I had to do was run on set and kiss the guy that was playing Joey. And we did about 40 takes. And it was only after I left. It was only after I left that I thought, I didn't see any pizza. I don't know, man. I don't know where you find that one.
World out there.
You've got to get into showbiz somehow.
Thank you, Tara.
Take any opportunity. Every opportunity is an opportunity. And the final one, of course, was that you have created a seg on this show called Is It a Foul?
Yeah. I mean, I can't go anywhere without people stopping me in the street.
Saying we love that seg called Is It a Foul?
Here's the first one. Look at this. In the bang!
Sheridan.
That's a McBreen classic.
Well, she forgot that she used to. This is football, not rugby league now. Obviously, she plays for the Newcastle Knights as well. She forgot which code she was playing.
Look at that. Tara, is it a foul, yes or no?
Well, I'm just so unsure.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, not holding back. You love it. Now, this you love to see.
This is a real. This is from the Big Blue the other night. So, Arch, we spoke about this on YouTube's favourite show.
Downloads?
No, Joe Rogan.
Oh,
so look at this. This is disgusting. As two former forwards known for their diving, this is not. He tripped himself.
Perfect red card. See you later, Miranda.
Wow.
No penalty for me.
No penalty for
Penalty.
you.
It's outside the box.
It is outside the box.
Oh, yes, we talked about that. Yeah, no.
So everyone's voices are really high because our shirts are really tight.
Yeah. Are you looking? We are breathing in.
You've got...
Archie.
You know how hard it was to get into this thing? I don't think I could get out
Are
of it.
we trying to freeze something else? What's going on there?
It's tight.
Look at that, freedom of donuts. So this one, though, this is a McBreen special. This is one that happened during the week, in Newcastle. Is this a foul in a local venue? Here we go. Here comes a young man, pulls him across, and then look at that, taken out. Taken out horribly. Look at this.
Well, that's the biggest dive ever, isn't it?
That's what's happening in the reunion that you're missing out on, mate.
That's great. Now, because it's heritage round.
Yes.
Because it's so. Just to be clear.
Yes.
When I said it was heritage round, you all said no, it wasn't. So it's Mariners
setting the standard again, leading the way.
Okay, so because it's heritage round, I've gone for the Archie Thompson special, the classic Melbourne victory. But when I found this in the closet, it's got my name on the back. So,
Look at that.
Yeah, I played 6 games. Better than Allsop. Yeah, take that, Danny Allsop. So
heritage round.
Heritage round. So we've got to see the classic. Is it a foul?
Yeah.
Kevin Muscat.
Okay.
Kevin Muscat. Hey, now a respected manager. But back in the day, we shouldn't. All right, see if you can spot it. It's subtle. Now just see in the replay. See if you can spot a foul here, McBreen. Now he's angry.
I can see why he's angry, because look, the first thing he does when he gets up and says, I got the ball. And he clearly did.
With his hand. Now, the Arch, this is the worst. That's the worst tackle in A-League history.
Yes, it has to be.
Okay, he gets up and argues the toss. What did he say? What was Muscat's response after that game, after that foul?
I don't know. I feel like you're going to tell me what it is, because I don't know.
I don't think this is a trick
One of us played in the game. One of us bought the shirt at Cash Converters.
I actually didn't play in that game. I was watching from the stands. But he actually got 8 weeks for that.
He got 8 weeks.
And he didn't play another A-League game after.
That
was his last one.
I wouldn't have gone for him either.
Yes.
Wow.
What a way to go out.
There you go.
I was told, producer, Lazio Falconer.
Thank you. If I could be serious.
Okay, because yes, we were going to take a turn.
We can be serious for a moment.
Yes.
Daniel. Just
Tara's.
Tara's fine. Okay. The big story during the week, because it's heritage round.
Yes.
So we've been talking about mascots. What's the Mariners mascot?
Marty
the Mariner. Okay. And what's the Newcastle Jets mascot is?
They're like the squad, the
Jetman and Jet Girl.
Yeah, okay. Jetman, Jet Girl.
A delayed Jetstar flight. This is this man's made world headlines. This is the Lazio Falconer.
Yep. Know him well.
You're aware of this gentleman? Yeah. So here he is doing his work with Olympia. Sadly, he also won a Barnaby Joyce lookalike competition, so that's sad for him. But did you know he's been sacked?
Yeah, it's hot.
It's a heartbreaking
pulling at the
story.
heartstring.
Yeah.
Can you tell the story?
Yeah, I can. Thank you.
Okay, good.
He was sacked for posting images, Tara, medical images of him after he'd had a procedure.
Like a hair procedure.
You're close. It was an implant.
Yes.
It was a downstairs implant. He said it was to perch the bird on. But I'm sick and tired.
It's a big bird, by the way.
It's a big bird. Why is he looking at me? Archie, cheap commentary from people like Archie Thompson this week, making fun of this. This is a disgrace.
I was trying to look up his number.
Archie!
I think it's tattooed on it. So, with the area code. So, if we could be serious for a moment.
Yeah.
He's made a statement. He's been sacked by Lazio. It takes a lot to get sacked from Lazio. A lot. And he has said the reason for showing this is not cheap pornographic reasons. He says, quote, I'm on an erectile mission, which is also the name of Daniel's OnlyFans account. It's a cardiovascular problem, and we're here today to normalise that.
Yeah.
It's a cardiovascular problem.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been telling people for years. I tell my wife.
God.
Well,
it's cardiovascular. Thank you, Tara. It's just nice to be serious for a moment.
Your shirt's getting tighter.
I'm not touching that.
We're not touching
That's
that.
what she said. Hey!
This guy.
Heritage, okay, because it is heritage round.
Yeah. I've actually got a Lazio heritage.
Okay, yeah, moving swiftly along. Please show me your Lazio.
Yeah, it's Lazio heritage round. Look at that, a classic.
Brilliant.
Yeah, Lazio 1990 shirt. And do you know what Banca di Roma translates as? Erectile mission. Thank you for asking.
Oh my God. I can't look at that club the same again. Heritage round, Macca, and of course this fixture F3 Derby is very close to your heart.
Yes.
But a moment that you remember is when Nizzy made his debut
Yes.
for the Mariners.
Yes. What a player he became.
Big part of
go on.
history.
Went on to do all the things he did, and look at the difference with the man. I'm not quite sure who the other guy is, actually. His name escapes me. He's gone down in the annals of history of the guy that went on when Nizzy went on.
This is a huge moment, Arch and Tara, in A-League history. So this was the game that Usain Bolt came out to play for the Central Coast Mariners.
Yeah.
But were they ever seriously looking at signing him? Because I remember the match.
I commentated it.
Yes. And some of the finishing reminded me of you. And
he scored 2, actually.
But was it ever, because that's a really sliding doors moment, was there ever a serious attempt to get Usain Bolt to play for the Mariners?
I think they entertained it. Finances weren't going to allow it either.
What did he want? How much? What kind?
A lot.
What are we talking?
A million. Oh, yeah, no, not as high as Archie.
Wow, a million a season?
Apparently, that's the rumour I heard.
Tara, you can buy Channel 10 for that right now.
It didn't happen. Arch, do you have a heritage moment or a favourite moment across the 20 seasons?
Well, to get into this one, I needed to, obviously tell this story. Oh, and this one too.
Look at that guy.
So this is when Santos, Sam and Ed had a show, and
oh, that's right.
They did this skit.
What are you doing?
Well, I had this sort of love affair.
Wine and dine 'em.
Love affair with corner flags, and I took this one out on a date.
You're funny, aren't you?
And they put this skit together.
Yes.
This is the best bit, though. Look at this acting.
Look at this. Look at this. You see another corner flag that you like. Whoa! Because your celebration.
My dad didn't like that. Yeah.
Because you started boxing.
Yes.
But then it moved into sort of Lazio Falconer territory.
Yes.
So we had that little sketch, and this is a classic.
Yeah, and I thought you were talking about my jersey, but this
is
one
a
here
classic
is
shirt.
so this got. Well, you can't get a camera at the back, but it's the Damas Traores when it was at Gold Coast. So Clive Palmer, I mean, he was always so vocal.
Yes.
And there was one particular week leading to a game where he wanted something to happen, and Football Australia's like, no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So what he decided to do, because they wouldn't let him do it, he put a big banner on this, and this is what it is: freedom of speech.
Wow.
So for the one match, he covered that.
Yes.
Just to prove a point.
And that's an actual size of a street sign as well.
No, it's only because I'm wearing it. I've expanded it.
So we are gearing up for the F3 Derby. It is Heritage Round being celebrated, of course.
You haven't mentioned your shirt.
This is Matty Thompson's, but I've got to get to Ryan Scott out here because he's waiting for us on the Harvey Norman play. I'm like, sorry, Ed. Right, he joins us right now. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm so sorry. I know that you're on the player mic. I don't know how much of the chat here in studio that you've heard, but just a quick one on this evening. It's been a bit of a tricky season for you so far. You're one of the senior players in the team. Surely it hasn't been, well done. Surely it hasn't been too hard to get the boys up for this one, though, tonight, considering it is an F3 Derby.
Yeah, 100%. Thanks for having me, guys. Hope you're well. Yeah, massive game for us. Look, ladder doesn't lie. We are where we are. We haven't been good enough this season. We know that as a group. There's no better way to turn it around than a F3 Derby away from home. Lots of Newcastle fans have made the trip up, so hopefully we can put on a proud performance for them tonight, and if we do that, I'm sure the result will be there for us.
Ryan, it's Macca here, mate. Last week you had enough opportunities to really walk through that game. What was the discussions been around that this week?
Yeah, that's it, Macca. Probably had enough to win 2 games last week, but yeah, it wasn't to be. Sorry.
Keep going, come on, mate. Keep talking, don't break it up.
Jeez, you get the best out of me. Yeah, look, we didn't take our chances, and you get punished when Perth, you got someone like Adam Taggart out there. Lockie Wales, Johnny on the spot. Didn't do enough to win the game. Conceded another soft goal and go home with 1 point. So, yeah, not good enough, but that's sort of been a theme the last, since I've been here. We've let ourselves down too many times. So, yeah, we've got to set that right, take our chances tonight, and I'm sure the boys are up for it.
And Ryan, it's Archie here. Look, what about your own team's performance? From the start of the season, from where it is now, there's been so much vast improvement. Can you see that? And is there real confidence coming into this match?
Yeah, definitely lots of improvement, but, we're in a results-driven business, so if we're not getting the results, the performances don't mean too much.
Save.
So it's all about getting the performance. Jeez, I'm holding everything.
Yes, you are, mate.
Hopefully I'll be in half an hour.
Ryan Scott, it's Ed Cavalier here from Red Rooster commercials. I was hoping, could you give us the Rene Higuita scorpion kick to save the next one?
Oh, mate, I'll probably do a glute. Yeah, maybe next week.
What a save.
Right, you are absolutely bossing it right now as you've joined us during your warm-up. Thanks so much, mate. Good luck tonight.
Enjoy the
Well
game.
done. That was amazing.
Thanks,
He could be the first player to do a podcast during the game.
Great.
I wish
Get
he had
him
done
on.
that.
Get
I
him.
wish he had
He's a
done
good
that.
character. He's a good
Yeah,
character.
I would have loved
Ryan Scott, but what a mo on Ryan Scott.
Lovely.
I mean, but I don't think it's the best one, though, across the A-Leagues that we have seen because Hugh Fenton-White
Very
right
good.
here.
Very good.
This is very
Bit of wax.
impressive.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Well, that's
All the
amazing.
business.
Looks really good. I saw a couple of good ones in the W League.
And Archie, I think this could take the cake. From corner flags to Mo's to... Archie, you've got this one here.
What have I got?
You've got this when we see it.
Oh my goodness! What is that?
Wait a second.
That's what I was doing. I was doing some hard.
Wait.
I was doing a hard stretch in Pentry.
You never told me you're in Boys to Men. But hang on, what year is that?
5 to 10.
What year is that? Go put it back up, please. What year is that, Archie Thompson?
How did you say that photo was okay?
What year is that? What?
That was when he was 6.
Are you a professional footballer while that's happening?
Yeah.
Or are you in G Unit? That is the
I think
best
I was in
photograph.
Pentridge, yeah.
How old are you in that photo?
You know, actually, I think I was probably
37.
20.
20.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can't grow up.
Wow.
You're maturing like a fine wine there. That's all I can say. So move it along. Hopefully there's some more maturity out where the game is tonight because Neve Owens and Andy Harper join us right now, team. We've been talking about all the heritage situations. We've got a heritage kit on. Mac is upset that he's not out there because there's a reunion taking place. The moustaches have fared as well. But team, how is the actual match looking?
Well, Taz, I just want to know how Harps has gotten away. With the boys have to squeeze back into their old jerseys there in the studio, and Harps has somehow managed to avoid it out here on the coast. So it's only fair, Harps, that we throw this one back to what I think, looking at this picture, looks like last week. But apparently was 2001.
Yeah.
And just to make sure you really embrace that heritage status, Harps.
What about the pinky? Doesn't all attention go to the pinky?
Just
the tea
about to pick
drinking
up a nice
pinky.
cup of
That's
tea,
right.
exactly. A very famous footballing celebration. My dad used to take my brothers and I to Breakers Stadium, you know, with the old greyhound track around the outside, to watch the one and only Andy Harper play back in the day.
He survived it.
Well, I sure did. How old do you feel right now?
Yeah. Well, Peter Pan keeps on, doesn't he?
So that jersey's not going to make a reappearance here tonight. We have got the Jets warming up behind us in some heritage jerseys of their own. Having a look at the team sheets for both sides, Harps, from an Mariners perspective, they played midweek, but Jacko still has just made the one change to his starting side tonight. Arthur DeLima, he drops to the bench, and it's Abdul Faisal who'll start. He's the 19-year-old. He joined in this transfer window. He's made a couple of positive impacts off the bench already, and he gets his chance.
Look, he's an exciting player. He came to our attention, everyone's attention, in the knockout matches for the Australia Cup in Darwin. He was excellent. Perth snapped him up. For some reason, it didn't work over there for him. And he's bounced back to the Sydney Basin, Central Coast Mariners, where he finds himself. And I think he's been good value. He's really given them an injection. Now, like a couple of the clubs in the league at the moment, racked with a significant injury toll, the Mariners, and he's got his chance. And I think he's been a breath of fresh air. So he's potentially a game changer for the Mariners here this evening, for sure.
Looking forward to seeing him in action, Tars, from the beginning. From a Jets perspective, they've made just the one change as well. Kankar comes back into the starting side, so Will Dobson drops to the bench, and we think Grozos will return to the middle of the park as he prefers. But a countdown is on, Tars, to kick off in the F3 Derby.
We're looking forward to it, team. But I know Harps because he's featuring very heavily in this heritage round. Harps has been everywhere. So he went to Tamworth for the music festival.
Did he?
But from pillar to post, all over the country, Andy Harper. You are everywhere. Look at those moves. Moves on the pitch.
I mean, you know,
on the dance floor.
I'm going all right there, baby. You know, look at that move. Now, don't get me wrong. You know that saying, dance like no one, you don't think anyone's watching? That was my niece's wedding. And my wife wanted me to dance. I'm very shy normally. And they said, no one will see, don't worry. Of course, in the modern day, there are phones everywhere. But I'm actually pretty happy with that. That come up all right.
I remember that post-goal celebration, Tars, from back in the day at Breakers Stadium. It looked just like that.
I tell you what, all I need to match Archie is a corner flag right in the middle. I'd have been right.
I don't want to know. Too much information. Love your work, Nevo. Love your work, Harps. Enjoy all the action. It's now time for our Never Ordinary Moment brought to you by Bet365.
Oh, this
Right,
is
Ed
me.
Cavalier.
Yeah, look at this. So this is in Europe. So PSV Eindhoven, the home supporters are throwing snowballs. Right, they're throwing as many snowballs as they can at the opposing player, taking the corner. Perfect revenge, classic bit of McBreen, header at the back post, and the ball goes in. That is a fantastic response. And I haven't seen balls exposed like that since the Lazio... No? Okay, I won't. Okay, no, I won't. Yeah, I won't.
Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary with Bet365.
They would love that. They would be thrilled by that.
Lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Ed Cavalier, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us. I got the wrap after that commentary.
What did Trent say? I said, Trent, last time I was here, I brought my Trent Sainsbury shirt because I'm the only person because he went to Inter Milan due to a Chinese accounting error for 6 months.
Yes.
You text him that I'd done that joke about him on this show. I love Trent Sainsbury, and what did he say?
He wasn't happy.
No, what did he actually say? That Eddie thinks he's funny, but he's not.
That is not.
Sainsbury, I'm coming for you, but you're probably right.
Ed Cavalier, we loved having you on
Thanks
the
for
show.
having
Thanks
me.
for joining
Aleague
us.
downloads.
We will be back after the break. We're gearing up for a huge F3 derby. We'll see you very soon.
We're on the dark web.
The 7-seat Isuzu MU-X is made for the mayhem of modern life. Be it weekday or weekend. All the style and substance to keep you and the family going your own way. Whether it's in the city or just checking out and chilling out. Live your own way in the Isuzu MU-X from just $51,990 drive away.
We're backing Australian solar manufacturers with solar sunshot funding. Together, we'll create a cleaner energy future. That's a future made in Australia. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
At Deakin University, your career develops from day one of study. We're the #1 university in Victoria for graduate employment. With work-integrated learning, develop the real-world skills you need. Why settle for less?
Reimagine outdoor cooking with the Ninja Woodfire Outdoor Oven. Unlock high-heat woodfire flavour you can see and taste. Smoke low and slow or crank up the heat for blistering crunch. From artisan pizzas to smoky woodfire creations. Add authentic woodfire flavours to anything you make. Share the flavours of your world with the Ninja Woodfire Outdoor Oven.
On now at Harvey Norman, kings of the big screen. Save up to a huge 20% off selected Samsung TVs and up to 15% off selected LG TVs. Upsize and save big on Samsung and LG. Hurry, must end Sunday. Best prices guaranteed at Harvey Norman now.
Hungry Jack's Mega Feast. Mega value. 2 Whopper cheese, 2 cheeseburgers, 2 chicken royale, 4 small chips, 4 small drinks, plus 3 chicken tenders for only $39.95. Only at Hungry Jack's.
CommBank is giving 50 customers the opportunity to win the CommBank Matildas to promote their business as part of a national ad campaign. Cut. Enter your business today. Search CommBank Small Business.
Come on, it's time for a change. You reckon? Yeah. I thought mine looked good.
I did it. It never looked back.
Compare the pair. Same age, same income, same starting balance. Whether Mike switched to an industry super fund 5, 10 or 15 years ago, he's been better off.
How'd you decide? I compared the pair.
This summer, things are heating up because Binge is getting even more premium drama, reality TV, and now has live sport. It's all happening on Binge.
That feels good.
I will never stop until we know the answer to everything. Welcome to the pit. Let's go save some lives. It's time to crank the aircon and get your bash on, your bake on, your bike on, your minion.
Binge. It all happens here.
Binge.
Host Plus has won CanStar's Outstanding Value Award for the 7th year in a row. What does it take to win? Strong performance, competitive fees, and an array of product features. An award-winning super fund? That's a plus.
Gogglebox is back, 7:30 Thursdays.
Get ready for the screams.
And it's only on
10.
10.
10!
That's right. The only place to watch your favourite couch critics is
100%.
100%.
on 10.
That's common sense.
Yes. So get your goggle on.
I need some professional support after watching that.
New Gogglebox is coming to Thursdays only on 10.
How are you, mate?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Mate, you sure you want to ride in this today?
Oh, I don't think I want to get in there, but I'm going to have to, aren't I?
Well, mate, you should have maybe been in here years ago, so we'll hop inside, eh?
Let's do it. Righto, Hoffy, the F3 Derby. Where do we start?
Oh, Mac, obviously it all starts well before the A-League.
Not the Durante tackle.
Mate, it has to be when Nick Merger violently pegged Dura and broke his leg. That's when the real hatred and rivalry began, I reckon.
And the F3 Derby has exploded into life.
Yeah, what about Hutch getting peppered with coins? He was big for the Mariners.
Allowed to go a long way, John Hutchinson, who tries the shot! And they are tearing Newcastle apart.
But Macca, the Jets had Mark Bridge. What a big game player he was.
Well, he definitely got the one that counted, didn't he?
Caught in possession by Mark Bridge. Bridge! Oh, brilliant! Advantage Jets in the grand final!
But who was the player the Jets hated most?
Well, Macca, it starts and finishes with Matt Simon. He was an absolute nightmare.
I thought you'd say him. Simo loved it, loved the derby, started something every time.
But you know what? He delivered too. He managed to score 9 goals against us.
Breaks for Simon invitingly. Matt Simon, and he just loves playing in F3 derbies.
Joel Griffiths was one the Mariners didn't like. He was always in the thick of it.
Yeah, mate, Griffo certainly got it done. An absolute Jets legend for sure.
Griffiths, Joel Griffiths doesn't miss from there. The Jets in front again.
If you're talking derby specialists, Jason Cummings has to be in the mix.
Yeah, look, Cummings, he was quality for sure.
Well, he scored 5 in 5 derbies and won 4.
Cummings! Oh, how about that?
So, Macca, who wins this one then?
Well, it's a stupid question, isn't it? Obviously, it's the Mariners.
Come on, Macca, I think the Jets have got this one in the bag. Anyway, here's the turn-off.
Every day here on the coast. Kick-off in the F3 Derby, not too far away. Hoffy is here on site. Macca, for punishment for former sins, is back there in the studio and won't get to watch this one live here in the flesh as we have a look, Harps, at the Alex Tobin leaderboard. There is a Newcastle boy, a Northern New South Wales product right up there in the standings in Angus Thurgate, Port Macquarie boy, and is having an incredible season with Western United this year. Mikel Docker has been one to watch from a Mariners perspective, involved in, 7 goals for them this season, scored another free kick midweek, and he's worth the price of admission alone, isn't he, Harps?
At the moment, the way the season has been developing, he's the one game breaker they've got. They've grinded out results, goals from set pieces. But as the game has gone into its closing moments, Docker has, the last 15-20 minutes, has found incredible energy and creativity. Mariners have started games slow, eked out goals from set pieces, etc., and kept themselves in contests, a lot of draws. The times when they've had to recover and gone ahead to win largely has come because of the inspiration of Michael Docker. We're expecting similar tonight from him.
Cannot wait to see him back in action here on the coast in just a few minutes' time, Taz.
Thanks so much, team. And get Andy Harper a pair of sunglasses and a hat. Poor thing, he was blinded by the light, lit up like a Christmas tree. Daniel McBreen, Archie Thompson, to both of you on how this does play out. Macca, it's a game with so much feeling. You know all about it. How does tonight play out? Who will be key for you?
Well, I think obviously it's the creative players in both teams. Mariners have struggled, but like Harp said, they can eke out a draw or a win when you think they're under pressure. The Jets haven't been able to do that as often. I think the Mariners will be too good in the end.
Archie, what about for you? There's a couple of youngsters that have popped up for the Newcastle Jets who have struggled a bit this season, but in their last 2-2 draw, we saw some really promising signs from them.
Well, that's why I asked the question to Ryan Scott, because from the start of the season to where they're at now, their improvement has been there, and the way that they're playing their football, like Macca has said, they're just lapses in concentration. Maybe haven't taken their chances when needed. I thought last week against Perth, I mean, Eli Adams hits a post and a crossbar, scores a goal. I mean, that could have changed the game. But look, this is going to be such an even one. I don't know really how to pick it. I mean, I'm only going on that it's being at Central Coast, and you know, they're usually not too bad.
Don't forget, Mariners have won the last 6, haven't they?
Oh, there you go.
That is
And that'll do it.
correct. You know, we've got this moment in the dressing room now, and it's something that you can speak to so much, Macca. And earlier, we saw some of the old boys, and Graham Arnold's up there as well, Josh Rose, just men in arms around what's about to play out. Because for the Mariners and where they sit on the table, this could be a really, really vital result in terms of how the rest of their season continues, just to keep them in touch with the 6.
Yeah, 100%. And got a couple of players who are due back from injury soon. We saw Edmondson scoring goals. So this is really close. To keep them close to the top 6 is massive.
Huge, because for the Newcastle Jets, they have been struggling really when you take a look at where they are. You can see there the Mariners, they are highlighted, so that win will be so important for them. But the Newcastle Jets, well, they are well off the pack. We are off to a short break, but do not go anywhere. On the other side, it is kick-off to an epic F3 derby. The Central Coast Mariners host the Newcastle Jets. Don't go anywhere.
Do you know how my love language is physical touch?
Your what?
My love language. What's yours?
I don't know, Roy. You good?
Yeah, good. Reckon it will hold?
Oh, it'll hold, mate.
If it sells, it works.
With the Isuzu D-Max, life is reinvigorated. Whether it's for work or play, you can go your own way. Regardless of your road, the Isuzu D-Max has your back. Life is reinvigorated with the Isuzu D-Max.
Stream when I feel blue in the night, and I need you to hold me tight whenever I want you. All I have to do is stream. Stream only on Paramount Plus.
It's time for a jungle shake-up. What? In a blockbuster week of I'm a Celebrity.
Drama!
With more terror.
Oh my God.
More shocks. More reveals.
The police arrived. It was scandalous.
And the huge voting twist they won't see coming.
Our celebrities are in for a treat.
Be there from the very first second. 7 o'clock Sunday on 10.
3, 2, 1. Banker is back with a vengeance, so prepare to face the most dramatic and unpredictable twists ever.
I won Survivor. I could be a cult leader if I want to.
Parvati gains the trust of men and squeezes them until they die.
I'm not telling anyone that I'm the greatest Australian Survivor player of all time. I am deep undercover.
Everyone that wins Survivor is insanely intelligent.
Every single person is a narcissistic psychopath.
She's got a secret she's not telling us.
Every treasure hunt needs what?
Map.
A map.
I really do not want you to drop.
There's a switcheroo.
Open the store and you change the game for everyone.
Carpe the hell out of this DM.
Oh my gosh.
Go get those cases!
The
This is the most money anyone has ever won in the history of television.
It's not official till Joe says it.
Deal or no deal?
Deal or No Deal Island. Stream free on 10-Way.
Beware of the banker. You never know what she will do next.
Thank you.
What?
Changing my life.
Jen's wandering around like she's still your wife.
Things will get better, I promise.
Used to live here. This is crazy behavior.
She lied. That's what she does. She lies all the time.
What does she look like? The woman who took my child.
The Ex-Wife. Tuesday after I'm a Celebrity on 10.
Today, these players walk in the shadows of legend. And there is the breakthrough goal. That's what the fans came to see.
That's for the history books.
Del Piero! Big games produce big moments.
Have you seen a more freakish goal in A-League history?
Well, the A-League delivers again.
No one is stopping that.
What an unbelievable strike! And the Mariners have done it! Remarkable!
We have many derbies in the Isuzu Ute A-League, but perhaps the most quintessentially Australian is the F3 derby. What better place to be than passing a night at paradise with the palm trees for the F3 derby between the Central Coast Mariners and the Newcastle Jets on Darkinjung country. The 64th A-League meeting between these best of enemies. So often a football club's legend is written on nights such as this. And as the Mariners and the Jets line up in the Isuzu Ute Tunnel camp, ready to lock horns in this one. It's also a night in which the Mariners celebrate the 20 years of the A-League competition. A heritage round. There are plenty of old shirts around, and they'll be hoping, as some of the illustrious alumni of the club provide a little guard of honor as our two sides make their ways out onto the field of play, that there'll be another chapter written into this great rivalry. And there's plenty at stake between these two sides this evening as well. Heffernan, Kwasnick, some big names there from Mariners past. Thoughts with Daniel McBreen back in the studio as well. As we have a look at the starting 11s, well, Mark Jackson has made just the one change from the side that drew 2-2 away to Western United on Wednesday. Abdel Faisal makes his first start since his move from Perth. He replaces Arthur De Lima in the starting 11. And with two in the last three, Ryan Edmondson continues up front with no Brad Tapp or Alfie McCalmont still out injured. It's the 16-year-old Hayne Eames who makes his third start in a row in the middle of the park. One change likewise for Rob Stanton and Newcastle. Philip Kankar returns. Now, we thought that might be in the centre of defence. Just watching the warm-up, looks as though he could be at right back, which will mean Thomas Aquilina moves higher up the pitch. Bayliss will sit in alongside Cameron Timmins, who plays his 50th for the Jets this evening, while new signings Kota Mizunuma and former Mariner Charles Mombois are both on the bench.
We're backing Australian solar manufacturers with solar sunshot funding. Together, we'll create a cleaner energy future. That's a future made in Australia. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
On now at Harvey Norman, kings of the big screen. Save up to a huge 20% off selected Samsung TVs and up to 15% off selected LG TVs. Upsize and save big on Samsung and LG. Hurry, must end Sunday. Best prices guaranteed at Harvey Norman now.
Reimagine outdoor cooking with the Ninja Woodfire Outdoor Oven. Unlock high-heat wood-fire flavour you can see and taste. Smoke low and slow or crank up the heat for blistering crunch. From artisan pizzas to smoky wood-fire creations. Add authentic wood-fire flavours to anything you make. Share the flavours of your world with the Ninja Woodfire Outdoor Oven.
At Deakin University, your career develops from day one of study. We're the #1 university in Victoria for graduate employment. With work-integrated learning, develop the real-world skills you need. Why settle for less?
Emmy-winning The Traitors is back for an all-new season.
I know you guys have something sadistic up your sleeve.
Things that are about to get murderous. But only metaphorically, I hope.
Stream free on 10 Play.
All is in readiness for the start of the derby. Philip Cankar returning at the back. There's Brian Kaltak, outstanding in the first F3 derby this season, in which he scored. He has won 6 out of 6 in this fixture since arriving at the Mariners. And it is the Jets who get us underway, the 64th F3 derby, and a massive night for these two sides. It always is. But with these two, with slow starts to the season, for the Mariners, the top 6 is within sight. They will be knocking on the door if they can pick up a 7th consecutive derby win over the Jets. And for the Jets, Andy Harper, we've been saying it for a few weeks now, if ever you were to kickstart your campaign, it's in the derby, but this really is last chance saloon for Rob Stanton's side.
Yeah, they're a long way from the finish tape, as are all the clubs, of course. They're already in must-win territory, and you'd like to think, on behalf of the Jets fans, that it's the occasion of a derby which will bring the best out of the team and get them the much-needed 3 points to keep their hopes of challenging, worrying others for the title certainly alive. The Mariners heaps to play for, nipping at the heels of the Championship Series if they get the 3 points here this evening.
And it's the Mariners onto the front foot early. Mikhail Docker getting into an ambitious shooting opportunity. All the way back with Brian Kaltak. Imperious since arriving at the Mariners in this fixture. There's Ben Gibson, one of the new players to the F3 derby experience. His first start, catching the heels of Sainsbury there. Nathan Paul laid on an outstanding assist at Ironbark Fields on Wednesday night. Thea Harris, little ball inside with Rue, gets it back. Thea Harris taking on Wilmering. Now, who's that come off last? It was ricocheting around. I thought it might yet have been a corner.
Yeah, I thought it probably was a corner. It was a nice run forward in support from Storm Rue. And it's clearly come off Daniel Wilmering. It should have been a Mariners corner. Jets have now played on from the goal kick, but managed to lose the ball promptly.
And it's Abdel Faisal, who has had a pretty adventurous first 6 months in the A-League's competition. Add to that the start in the Australia Cup, in which he shone early after his move to Perth. A move that didn't last long, was the case for a few of the Perth players this season. Now Wilmering, early cross, Gibson, glancing header, and claimed by Branch Cullen. Just 18 years of age. The young goalkeeper, under the wing of Danny Vukovic, the goalkeeping coach and championship winner with the Globes last season. Much has been made of the Mariners' difficult campaign so far, which was also perhaps highlighted by their struggles in the Champions League. But they are now, with an additional 3 points this evening perhaps, if they can get the win, still in contact with the top six, and their season may yet play out differently. Foul. And a potentially dangerous free kick here.
Yeah, well, it's a clear foul. He's very lucky not to be on a yellow card. I mean, it's very late, and he's breaking away to directly attack the goal. If that's not a yellow card situation, what is?
Still fuming about the corner.
Well, maybe
decision at the other end.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
Eli Adams and Costa Grozos standing over this one. Grozos, the captain, takes it, curls it, side netting, wasn't far away.
Raj Cullen looked for a moment to quicken his step, but then it got the angles covered to his comfort.
The Mariners play out their turn to hand the ball over quickly, but now perhaps the break is on with Edmondson looking to pressure Wilmering. Ryan Edmondson, whose first A-League goal came against the Jets last season in a 3-1 win. It was an important one because it set him up for the finals. A bit of form where he got the double in the grand final. Ryan Edmondson, just 2 goals to his name so far this season, but they've come in the last 3 matches. Hayne Eames, the 16-year-old, finds Storm Roux. Now Thea Harris. Back with Eames. Docker. Eames again. Inside Thea Harris. Great ball, nice turn. Thea Harris, it's deflected. Ryan Scott was wrong-footed, and that could very easily have snuck inside the top corner.
A nice movement from the Mariners. Beautiful little reverse pass from Hayne Eames, and then the deflection had Ryan Scott beaten. And everyone just waited to see if the ball had enough dip.
Thea Harris on the right-hand side today as Docker's ball in. It's a good punch from Scott as bodies fell in front of him. Storm Roux with Harrison Steele. He also scored in that 3-1 win over the Jets last season. Many of this current Mariners generation has an outstanding record against the Jets because the Jets have only won 1 of the last 10 F3 derbies. Lost 9 of them, including that current run of 6 wins for the Mariners. Docker has to be careful though, that was a little bit casual. This current run of 5-6 consecutive derby wins is the best in the history of this rivalry. The Jets went 5 wins in a row between 2017 and 2019. And there's nothing that these neighbours enjoy more than getting one over their local rivals, especially when you can definitively put paid to their hopes of finals football. Certainly not mathematically yet. But this is the 16th game of the season the Central Coast Mariners in the A-League, so there's only 11 left. We're approaching the 2/3 mark quite quickly.
Well, the Jets have got a couple up their sleeves still, but there is really no more margin for error for Newcastle. They've got to string 2 or 3 wins together to get the necessary belief, I think, that they can overhaul the pack in front of them.
Eames again touches it back to Docker. Not happy about something there, Mikael Docker. Eames again, I think it was Harrison Steele, in fact. Now, Wilmering back with Mark Natter. And now Grozos, who is in the centre of defence. Ooh, if Ryan Edmondson had stood tall there, that could have been a simple little header into the back of the net. Steele turns with Docker. Nathan Paul with Faisal. We've got the nod at left wing, which is why Theoharis is in that inverted right wing position. Right midfield without the ball, defending. Here he comes across on Wilmering. Ooh. And a nice Derby challenge from him. Plenty of ball. Something of a new role for Christian Theoharis. Now Storm Root for Theoharis. Natter coming across. That's front position. Back to Ryan Scott. The Jets, who are a proficient passing side, they actually have the best passing, successful passing percentage in the league. Natter. Timmins, match number 50 for the Jets for Callum Timmins. Alongside him, Lockie Bayliss. Now Grozos. Natter looks long towards Gibson. Clayton Taylor looking to take over all the way through to Parage Cullen. Physical and suitably aggressive performance from his side. He famously spoke about getting the boxing gloves at training a couple of months ago for his side. They have shown plenty more fight since then. And here's Taylor. Plenty of numbers forward. Wilmering on the left. Gibson and Adams through the middle. Taylor still going. The block by Kaltak. And Eli Adams has dived in there on Sainsbury as well. Well, that was an opening. Let's head down to Neve Owens, who's joining us on the sidelines. Nevo, how's the atmosphere down there?
Robbie, it is great, and what is a perfect arvo here on the coast. It was pretty humid when we arrived earlier on. That's dropped right back. It's 24 degrees, hardly any breeze at all, and a really great crowd in here at Central Coast Stadium, including on the Eastern Grandstand side. About 2,000 Polytech employees, family, friends. It's a coast company, and they're really showing their support. They're here in numbers tonight, which is brilliant to see, along with a whole heap of former Socceroos and Matildas as well, Robbie, including Graham Arnold, of course, manager here at the Mariners, won, a couple of premierships, a championship here as well. He's in the grandstand here tonight for Heritage Round.
That's right, he might just have his heart in his mouth as well, along with most of the crowd here after that little opportunity. Gibson closing down and getting a block in that almost ended up in the back of the net. Thank you, Neve. It is a good, healthy crowd in attendance in Gosford this evening.
Yeah, perfect night. Things didn't start that well for Newcastle. Easy win for the Mariners over the Jets in the W League. And then to really put a little bit more petrol on the fire, the Newcastle fans who've come in good numbers, as you said, Robbie, they often do, to look up at Bay 16 and see that homage to the recent success of the Mariners and the humiliation of a duckhead in 15 years really rubs it in. The team owes it to the travelling fans to do something here tonight.
Sainsbury picks up the first booking of this F3 derby for that late challenge on Taylor. There's Wilmering back with Natta. Continuing to ask for more from Abdel Faisal. Here's Nathan Paul with the throw on that far side. 15 minutes in, we've had a couple of chances, a very big chance for the Jets after a mistake by the Mariners. Eli Adams manages to keep that in. He's got Gibson ahead of him. Comes inside onto his left, looking for Clayton Taylor. It was an incisive pass that needed to be perfectly negotiated by Taylor, not quite.
It had a bit on it from Eli Adams, but one thing that the Mariners will need to watch is the speed of the Newcastle attack. Adams can move, Gibson's handy. Taylor's got plenty of power. Aquilina can get up and down the field. It's one area where the Jets might eke out an advantage here.
Kankar's little nod down with Grozos. You can see both sides lining up very similarly in a 4-4-2 without the ball, and then a 3-4-3 with the ball. You can see Kankar, Grozos and Natta, the three at the back, when in possession. Wilmering drops back to make it a 4 at the back in the same way Storm Roux drops back in this instance for the Mariners. Here's Natta with Wilmering. First time ball for Taylor. Sainsbury, he's lost out again. He has to be careful, Sainsbury. Taylor, now Wilmering. The opportunity across the face from Wilmering. That was a huge opportunity, and the Jets have had the best chances so far.
Well, sitting on the yellow card, Trent Sainsbury needs to be careful, and it's good work from Clayton Taylor, and you've got to hit the target at least. Be very disappointed with that. Daniel Wilmering, whole goal to aim at. The not insignificant figure of Parage Cullen in between him, but still, you've got to make the big guy work at least. Wonderful opening carved out by the Jets.
Harrison Steele with Caltag. Eames, another good ball for Storm Roux. Gets the better of Wilmering, only just. Inside with Docker, dispossessed by Eli Adams. Bayless. Counter-attack wasn't on that time. Timmins back with Grozos. And they're finding Clayton Taylor regularly in between the lines at the moment. Sainsbury with Roux. Eames, intercepted by Natta. Timmins, his header is poor. Lockie Bayless and Harrison Steele with a little coming together. Free kick again goes Newcastle's way. It's been a pretty positive start from the Jets so far. Kankar up the line towards Aquilino. Got his first ever A-League goal earlier this season in the F3 derby, gave the Jets the lead. Thomas Aquilino only for Kaltak, and then an Alexander Shushnyar own goal to give the Mariners their first win of the season. Just as it was last year, their first win of the season. What followed last season was near perfection for the Mariners as they won the treble. It's been a little tougher going this term. Edmondson has done well against Natta. Good desperation from Mark Natta.
That is a good and necessary piece of acrobatics from Mark Natta. He'd be disappointed as the ball was rolling for the challenge in the first place that Edmondson was able to bump him off. The centre-halves need to be like ogres in that situation. And credit where it's due, he recovered to clear the danger.
Now the press coming a little bit more organised this time from the Mariners. Timmins is forced into a hopeful ball forward now. Eames out-muscled. The break is on here. Adams can't find Taylor. Sainsbury with Eames again. Now Harrison Steele. Nathan Paul up the line. And look at all the space all of a sudden. Faisal couldn't find Mikhail Doka. Results earlier today have meant for some changes in the A-League ladder, particularly near the top. Sydney on the climb after their big win. Auckland are 5 points clear as well at the top after Sydney's win over Adelaide and Auckland's win over MacArthur. As here goes Gibson, breaking away against Sainsbury again. Gibson. And Sainsbury defends very well.
He did in the end, but they were stretched, and this is the advantage to which we earlier referred. They get the ball in some clean space. And Sainsbury on a yellow as well, that compounds things. Too experienced there, and Gibson's feet not sharp enough, but still a good opening carved out by Newcastle.
Getting through to that back line relatively comfortably at the moment. The Jets, Mariners midfield, just ironing out a few wrinkles, coming with this little tactical and change of personnel. Ball in towards the back post. The header from Nathan Paul. Nudge in the back, and the referee awards the free kick in Sainsbury's favour. Wrestling with Philip Kankar, a little push in the back from the Newcastle number 4. There is that league ladder I was mentioning, and there are these two sides for the moment. A win for the Mariners, and they would move level with Melbourne Victory just outside the 6. It's still a long way back for the Jets, and they're 11 points before this evening's clash. Currently 13 points outside the 6. If they can take some heart from the situation, of those 11 points, 9 of them have come on the road. All 3 wins this season have come away from home. Home not necessarily where the heart is at the moment for Newcastle.
Well, they're not the only team in the comp that has trouble winning at home, bizarrely.
Mariners have won just 1 at home out of 7 so far this season. They haven't even played here in 2025. Right. This is their first home game.
Home game of the new year. There you go.
In February.
I think it's a quicker discussion to identify which club has got good home form. Auckland.
And where might they be on the table?
Exactly.
Well, it is generally a strong home ground, synonymous with a strong team. It was certainly the Mariners in the last 3 seasons. And their back-to-back championship triumphs in Montgomery and then Mark Jackson.
I mean, the away form or the home form is such a phenomenon this season. I wonder what the collective intelligence is around the clubs as to why teams can't win at home. I mean, even Adelaide, who are sitting second, have relied on that lofty position and a string of away wins.
Through for Theoharis, Bayliss, who spent some time in the academy at the Mariners, along with his brother, before heading to Newcastle. One of the few that's gone that way. Thomas Aquilina is another, playing his 100th career match this evening. Thomas Aquilina, 13 of them were played with the Central Coast Mariners for a swap deal with James McGarry. Saw him head north to Newcastle. Timmins sliding in, got a fair bit of ball.
He did a mighty job, really, to contort himself to win that. He would have thought fairly. Another day might have gotten away with it, actually. Understand why the ref gave it. No complaints there, nor from Timmins. But another day, another situation. That sort of endeavour would not go punished.
27 minutes gone. Mikael Docker lining up the free kick. Hits it pretty well, too. I think that might have been moving around. Ryan Scott certainly wasn't taking any chances.
Well, Docker has been a lifeline for the Mariners from dead balls, and geez, that one's close. It looks like it's going to sail over quite comfortably, and then mid-flight it just drops.
Had some real pace about it. Scored a direct free kick, even if it was not intentionally so, against Western United on Wednesday night. One of those curling crosses that nobody can get a touch to. Nestles inside the far post. There's been 2 in his last 3 for him as well, Mikael Docker. Before that, only 1 goal in the Champions League this season against Shandong. That's a little dummy to try and get the better of Grozos, and he almost did so. Jets fans making plenty of noise in their section. The drums the other end as here goes Wilmering. Again, plenty forward in the attack for the Jets. Gibson peeling off. Oh, they get a little lucky break. The opportunity. Side netting from Thomas Aquilina. And he had options in the middle.
Well, as this is unfolding, just look at the recovery of Brian Kaltak, as if he needs being reintroduced. It's a beautiful ball out from Costa Grossos. He lights the afterburners, does Wilmering. The pass takes a bit of a deflection from Gibson, and then it's through. And look at Kaltak from a standing start. 1, 2, 3. Closing the avenue and then making sure the shot has to go to the near post. Keeper Parage Cullen really appreciated that bit of help.
And that's a good punch from Parage Cullen. Wilmering again towards the back post. A header from Eames. And now Docker, a little bit of space. Faisal. He's got pace. He's got a bit of guile about him as well. Wilmering has too much strength on this occasion. Plenty of numbers back for the Jets as well in that transition. Getting numbers back behind the ball.
Well, the game is setting up really nicely, Robbie, and a huge part of that is the way the Jets have been measured in their possession. They've been very patient, largely very effective.
This is one over the top for Gibson. His first touch let him down. Sainsbury back with Parage Cullen.
And that was the money moment for Gibson. And the Mariners, for their point, have pressed reasonably well, and they've forced the Mariners, they've forced the Jets to be a bit expansive out of midfield.
And they've got the better of Thea Harris here. Clayton Taylor squares it to nobody. Eli Adams was hoping there was a blue shirt looming up on his right. He's worked well to win it back, but illegally so, according to referee Jonathan Barrera.
And Newcastle just missing that little bit of quality, bit of experience maybe in the attacking penalty area. Faisal sticking the left boot in to win possession and going down under the attention of Eli Adams.
He might have got a little finger in the eye there. And they have asked for medical assistance. Abdel Faisal. There is Graham Arnold, the former Central Coast Mariners and Socceroos boss. Enjoying a bit of a pressure-free moment. And watching the son-in-law in action as well with the Mariners. Trent Sainsbury back in Australia after that odyssey of a decade long around the world. Kaltak. That was a moment with Eli Adams as well. Here's what's coming up for the Central Coast Mariners. They've got a buy-in after the game against Perth. After that trip next Friday, then Western Sydney, Western United, victory in Auckland. So a big February and early March coming up for the Central Coast Mariners, one that will probably define their season and whether they are in any sort of position to defend their title for a third consecutive year. Mark Jackson mentioned after the Western United game that they were looking at bringing in one more player, but didn't seem overly confident they were going to get it over the line.
Yeah, I would imagine inbound transfers in Gosford would be a huge surprise given what's going on behind the scenes with the club's ownership. I wouldn't have imagined there's much of a kitty to indulge that sort of thing at the moment.
Surrey with Caltac again, now Nathan Paul. Very few options for the Mariners, so the Jets with a press that became more and more intense as the Mariners waited. There's a strong challenge there from Wilmering on Theoharis in that little passage as well, which caused the turnover. But here come the Mariners again. Docker with Faisal. Onto his right foot with Eames. Rue. Eames and Rue again. Now Theoharis comes short. Stormer's ball in. Grozos. Jets captain with a good header. Aquilina just runs into trouble. Caltac. Paul. Faisal can't keep it in play. To just speed things up a little bit. A mistake putting the brakes back on. Six shots to 3 in favour of the away side so far, belying their 11th place in the league. Eli Adams, nice turn. Timmins with Aquilina. Rob Stanton calling for his players to try and play higher up. Natta. You can see Rob Stanton directing traffic at the bottom there, telling Wilmering where to pass. Happy to go back to try and switch the ball from one side to the other. Managed to go a long way back now. Grozos finds Wilmering. Natter again. Wilmering. The cross is a good one. Nice little touch as well from Clayton Taylor, looking for Gibson. Faisal, that's brilliantly done. Jinking away from trouble. Now a foot race against Kankar. Oh, he's done well, Faisal. Now Docker takes over. Oh, and Docker just gives it straight to Clayton Taylor with a really lazy ball. Sends it into touch.
Well, that's a great recovery from Kankar in the first instance. I thought Faisal would be away at that point. Kankar runs him down, but gets outfoxed by the youngster. Maybe ran out of legs at the end of it. And then Docker couldn't oblige the opportunity with a decent pass.
Theoharis. Little ball over the top for Hayne Eames. Gets there ahead of Natta. Natta's turn to recover well enough, but concedes a corner.
Nice give and go, good forward run. Hayne Eames. Nicely found too, in fairness. Theoharis. Hayne Eames, to me, Robbie, gets more exciting the further forward he plays.
Theoharis taking on Adams. Theoharis straight past him, square ball and the first goal. And it's Nathan Paul. The central defender with his second Mariners goal. The first came against Melbourne City earlier this season. but a goal in the derby will remain etched in his mind forever.
Well, slow to react to the corner with the Jets defensively on the Harvey Norman replay. And a lot of bodies in there, a lot of blue shirts in there, but still not enough to block the pass, the cutback. And it's Nathan Paul's had quite a week. Had quite a week for the Mariners. And right in the middle of maybe 8 Newcastle players who just watched the ball go into the back of their net. All the good work from the Jets undone. They've had better sights at goal, but it's the Mariners who take the lead.
Well, that injury to Trent Sainsbury on the eve of the season opened the door for Nathan Paul, as well as the departure of Dan Hall to Auckland. He sees the opportunity, especially with that hybrid 3 at the back. Andy Harper referring to quite a week with that outstanding assist for Ryan Edmondson against Western United.
Does he get any points for being a side screen for the Docker goal, the free kick?
As well. Almost got a touch on it. Here's Eames. Faisal. Caltac with Sainsbury. Theoharis. Oh, good strength again from Christian Theoharis. Wants the free kick and gets it eventually.
Yeah, good advantage from referee Barrero. He's got tricky feet, Theoharis, when he gets them going, which thankfully for the gathered audience is more often than not.
Rob Stanton bemoaning what has been a common theme through matches this season. Chances not taken. And Docker with the free kick. This one not as threatening as the first.
You say not as threatening, depends on your view. If you're prawning in Brisbane water, you're in real trouble after this one. Fair to say, Docker has delivered a lot more impressive than that previously.
Well, it's a massive Saturday on Paramount Plus, and there's still one more game to come after this one. Perth Glory versus Melbourne Victory. 4 Isuzu Ute A-League football matches back to back to back to back today. And that's a big one to finish on out west as well. Theoharis. Timmins. Another familiar feeling for Rob Stanton and the Jets is to be trailing on the scoreboard as well. The first assist of the season from Christian Theoharis for that Nathan Paul goal. Seen the Jets show plenty of character in recent weeks, plenty of spirit and fight. Gibson and Adams exchanging passes through the middle with Clayton Taylor. It's brilliantly played. Can't find the finish though for what was a really lovely passage of play. Bayless now, it's not finished yet for the Jets. Again, the little flick from Eli Adams just can't come off. Wilmering now looks up. And again, it is those opportunities not taken that must haunt the sleep of the Newcastle Jets at the moment. They have the worst shooting accuracy of any side in the league. They have the second worst conversion rate. Only Perth need more shots to score goals than they do. Ball to the back post, there's nobody there. Basically, it takes 8 shots for the Jets to score a goal on average this season, and that was number 7.
Well, yeah, well, on that basis, the Mariners want to watch it because they're due. This is a really nice move, and at least on this occasion, it was a rather tame effort in the end, but at least it forced the keeper to deny Newcastle.
Harrison Steele, one way then the other, finds Kaltak. Faisal has kept it in, despite the protests of Kankar. Steele back with Roux. Now for H. Cullen. 2 minutes of stoppage time have just begun. Just 16 years of age. The 3rd start in a row. It may come courtesy of the injuries to Brad Tapp, who did his ACL after just a couple of matches this season. Alfie McCalmont missing now for the last couple of weeks, but it means that Eames, who they have very big raps on, of course, has got his opportunity. He's already a goal scorer in the A-Leagues as well, the Mariners' youngest ever goal scorer. Kankar gets away from Faisal. Timmins. Wilmering. Ball holding up. Harris hooks it away. Natta. Wilmering. Wants the free kick. He gets the throw, but not for long. The referee's decided that even that will go against Daniel Wilmering. That will probably just about see us through. Mark Jackson will be the happier of the two coaches, at least in terms of the scoreboard, not necessarily in terms of the way this first half has played out. As there goes the half-time whistle. Mark Jackson will take his side into the break and into the lead, courtesy of Nathan Paul's second goal of the season. Christian Theoharis with the first assist. But the Jets had their chances. The Jets had the better chances, as well as more shots, but unfortunately their Achilles heel is a recurrent problem for them. They have failed to score again halfway through this 64th F3 derby. The Mariners leading the Jets by 1-0. Well, we're going to head off to a quick break, and we will be back with the halftime show with Tara, Macca and Archie in a moment's time. Stay with us.
I'm with one.
Yeah, Mum.
I just got my first one.
I started smiling. Well, we're both with one.
Took him a while, though.
I heard nearly 6 million Australians have one.
You too could be better off with a super fund run for you. Just look for the symbol.
Melbourne City aimed for a winning standard. So do we.
At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Award for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus.
Hungry Jack's Mega Feast. Mega value. 2 Whopper cheese, 2 cheeseburgers, 2 chicken royale, 4 small chips, 4 small drinks, plus 3 chicken tenders for only $39.95. Only at Hungry Jack's.
You ready for some drama?
It's the ultimate property showdown.
You have failed.
Will team renovate?
I'm very excited.
Or team relocate?
Too early to celebrate?
Come out on top.
Please put us out of our misery.
Love it or list it. Saturday on 10.
Gogglebox is back. 7:30 Thursdays.
Get ready for the screams.
And it's only on 10.
100%.
On 10. Go, Gogglebox! New Gogglebox is coming to Thursdays only on 10.
Bruce sits it up. Goal! Cameron Oliver! Can Milton make some magic?
It wouldn't be a corner without Harold throwing one down.
He turns the corner and he owns the moment with his 9th 3 of the night. Bryce for 3. 50 for Bryce Cotton. Bryce Cotton finishes the play with a dunk. My goodness me!
You do know the N in NCIS stands for Navy, right?
Yeah, a lot more fun than I expected. Except for the being shot at part.
Who should I say is calling?
NCIS Sydney.
AFP.
2 for the price of 1.
NCIS Sydney, Season 2. Streaming February 7. Only on Paramount Plus.
If you don't play from day one, then you shouldn't be here, to be honest.
It's time to throw the hand grenade.
Absolutely, it's a betrayal.
These are my peeps. This is my fam.
You're putting someone on the tribe in danger. No, pause. You can look at me when I speak as well.
I would be watching you back the next time for sure.
Take her back.
Welcome to the rematch of Australian Survivor, Reigns versus Braun.
Don't poke this bear, because you'll regret it. Don't try me. It's time for battle stations.
I'm ready to kick some Braun ass.
Survivor starts February 17 on 10 and 10 Play.
Giving you a chance to get back in on the action.
What a cute idea.
Let's get messy.
We survive together.
Star Trek Section 31 on Paramount Plus.
Well, the action on this Saturday night takes us to Gosford. It is Heritage Round as we celebrate 20 years of the F3 Derby. The Central Coast Mariners playing at one of the best stadiums in the world. Forget Australia. And here's some of the first half action as it stands. The Central Coast Mariners in the lead, 1 goal to the good thanks to defender Nathan Poole, who was in on the action. Welcome to the Hungry Jacks halftime show and a very warm welcome back to Danny McBreen. I feel like you were dancing as we came in from the break there. And Archie Thompson as well. Macca, are you happy with that? Because it doesn't feel like, well, maybe it was a little bit against the run of play, but the Jets had a flurry of opportunities in that first half as we take a look at the Harvey Norman highlights.
Yes, when you look at the shot map from the Mariners, that's the only shot that's been inside the box. Everything else has been from way out, but they're clinical. Great work from Thea Harris there, and Nathan Poole gets himself in a good position. Probably Rob Stanton again will look at his defending and say, not good enough. Look at all the blue shirts there. No one picking up the player, all dropping into the zone. 2 players right on Paul, actually, drop off onto the line and allow him a free pass there to knock it in. Yeah. And that has been, well, they've got 2 Achilles heels, and we heard Robbie Thompson talk about one of them, that's finishing. But this has been their other major Achilles heel, is dealing with crosses into the box and marking attacking players.
Yeah, and I guess for a defender too, it's almost like they're ball watching and not aware of where their players are. Yeah. There was a similar goal, I think, against MacArthur where they cut across and Jamal was there just to tap it in. But, you know, when you look at the flip side of it, the conversion rate, which Robbie Thompson mentioned there, it's one goal and 8 shots. I mean, the great thing about that is that they're actually creating chances. But when you look at some of the chances in that first half, you've got to be more clinical, and that's what we've talked about.
Let's head out to Neve Owens and Andy Harper now. We've just been talking about it here on the Couch Team about how frustrating it is watching the Jets. They get so close, but no finished product, no end product. What's going to have to happen in the second half then?
Taz, Rob Stanton is feeling that frustration on the sideline. He's sitting just over beside me, Harps, and he's urging them to break forward. He wants them to break forward fast. They're doing that, but still that final product really letting them down.
Yeah, so, I mean, the Jets season is coming into sharp focus, or came into sharp focus in that 45 minutes. You know, they've moved this season between competitive and very good, between the penalty areas with their football. They've played some really nice stuff, really good to watch, very incisive. But the tail of the tape for the Jets is that they are not good enough in either penalty box. They cough up cheap goals. They'll be filthy with the nature of the goal they conceded. And they'll sit back and think, well, and look at the video and say, guys, look how we're breaking them down. And we've had 4 or 5 really good sights at goal and we've come up empty. And that, at 45 minutes, sums up Newcastle's season. How do they break it? Well, Lockie is warming up at the moment. Lockie Rose is warming up at the moment. They've missed his energy, been injured for a long time. We've seen what he can bring to the team since his repatriation, and a lot more weight is about to fall on his shoulders, I think.
And it does feel like that bit of a broken record as well. Rob Stanton said after the game last week, if you don't take your chances, you invite them back into the game. And he is feeling exactly that same vibe at halftime here.
Oh, thanks so much, team. Well, they've got a whole second half ahead of them to make amends. All right, that was the Hungry Jacks halftime show. We are off to a short break, but don't forget the Alex Tobin Prize. And the player of the season is back yet again.
This year's Alex Tobin Medal is brought to you by Isuzu Ute. The winner of the prestigious award will win their choice of a brand new top-of-the-range Isuzu D-Max or 7-seat MUX. Plus, the Isuzu Ute Alex Tobin medalist will nominate a junior football club to win $10,000. Make sure you're watching this season's grand final when the winning player and club will be revealed.
Making things has always been part of us. Now it's time to build a future made in Australia. We'll create a stronger economy by making more things in our big backyard. We're investing in you to learn new skills and in manufacturing and technology to create well-paid jobs. We'll make more of Australia's natural advantages, turning critical minerals into cleaner energy and batteries, and create a more secure future for everyone. That's a future made in Australia. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
On now at Harvey Norman, kings of the big screen. Save up to a huge 20% off selected Samsung TVs and up to 15% off selected LG TVs. Upsize and save big on Samsung and LG. Hurry, must end Sunday. Best prices guaranteed at Harvey Norman now.
Reimagine outdoor cooking with the Ninja Woodfire Outdoor Oven. Unlock high-heat woodfire flavour you can see and taste. Smoke low and slow or crank up the heat for blistering crunch. From artisan pizzas to smoky woodfire creations. Add authentic woodfire flavours to anything you make. Share the flavours of your world with the Ninja Woodfire Outdoor Oven.
CommBank is giving 50 customers the opportunity to win the CommBank Matildas to promote their business as part of a national ad campaign. Cut. Enter your business today. Search CommBank Small Business.
What are you doing? We're planking.
It's because of our internet providers.
We're stuck in 2011.
Same slow internet speeds.
And high prices.
It's like a nightmare.
Enough planking. Superloop is a network purpose-built for the super-fast future of the internet. You are free.
Don't take it lying down, Australia. Refresh your internet.
This summer, things are heating up because Binge is getting even more premium drama, reality TV, and now has live sport. It's all happening on Binge.
That feels good.
I will never stop until we know the answer to everything.
Welcome to the pit. Let's go save some lives.
It's time to crank the aircon and get your bash on, your bake on, your bike on, your minion.
Binge.
It all happens here.
Come friend, come foe, come one, come all to the Highlands to see who lives and who falls. Emmy-winning Betrayers is back for an all-new season.
To get the job done, I'll stab you in the back. I have a thirst for blood.
Queens and kings they'll take to the stage on invisible strings.
I don't want to be the duck. I want to shoot the duck.
I intend to leave as queen of the castle.
Oh, I've missed this. Even when I tell the truth, it's a lie.
I know you guys have something sadistic up your sleeve.
Dude, if I were them, I'd be scared.
Is lying, and I'm gonna catch her.
You and I are gonna have a one-on-one. We're gonna get this off the table.
Murder and treachery, secrets and lies.
If you think you can trust somebody, think again.
They'll all stop at nothing for the ultimate prize.
This is crazy.
This game is torture gas.
Finally, people are taking me seriously. Here we go again.
Tensions are getting high and I can feel my blood pressure rising.
If you carry on with that cocky attitude, you might get yourself in trouble.
Baby, I'm gonna be employee of the month.
What game is everyone else playing right now?
Things that are about to get murderous. But only metaphorically, I hope.
Listen, if the only two options are traitor and faithful, you sure host isn't an option? No, I can't.
Hey, back off.
Courtney Perkins with the ball in. Here's Joe Lolly. Early goal for Sydney FC. Less than 90 seconds on the watch. As here goes Samsford. He's got the legs on sale. And Samsford has restored Western Sydney's lead.
Yeah, you got that to look forward to. Next Saturday night, a huge Sydney derby between Sydney FC and the Western Sydney Wanderers. And taking a look at the action in the F3 derby, ahead of its huge second half. This is who is sitting top of the pops for the Paramount Plus Player Index. With Paul sitting top, of course, he's got the goal that puts them in the lead. Clayton Taylor, he came very close, had a couple of opportunities, but they have to improve in front of goal. It has been wasteful what the Jets have created so far in the first half of football, but there is a huge 45 heading away across Network 10 and Paramount Plus. What can the Jets muster against the Central Coast Mariners? Kickoff is a minute away.
Introducing the Ninja Detect Kitchen System. With BlendSense technology, you can blend, chop, slice and shred, all with the touch of a button. Liquid Detect alerts you when more liquid is needed, so you can blend perfect smoothies, shakes, frozen drinks and more. Our most intelligent blender yet. It does the thinking, you do the drinking, the spooning, the spreading. Thanks to the Ninja Detect Kitchen System.
Soccer, football, whatever you call it, the Isuzu MU-X is there for you and your team long after the whistle blows. Be it an impromptu kick around the city or somewhere much further afield, the Isuzu MU-X is the ultimate teammate and a proud supporter of the A-Leagues. Live your own way in the Isuzu MU-X.
Welcome back to Gosford, where the Central Coast Mariners are leading the Jets by 1-0. That's the lightsaber man who's just changing the batteries, getting ready for what he hopes will be a huge second half of action here as well. One change before we can get underway. Christian Theoharis' derby has come to an early conclusion, and it's Arthur De Lima, one of the young Mariners who's been getting a chance. He has come off the bench against Brisbane and scored on debut and has started the next 4 matches before this evening. The matches have been coming thick and fast. It's been a big month for Arthur De Lima. And now he's on for the second half of the F3 derby. He will offer plenty of hard running in a central position. So it will mean a little reshuffle for the Central Coast Mariners, and it looks as though Docker has headed back to his more familiar right side. Ball forward for Ryan Edmondson, who's got an early touch. He got just 6 touches in the first half. Andy Harper, Ryan Edmondson. It was a bit of the problem for the Mariners, who were struggling to find their attackers in good position.
Well, to the eye, it was the Jets who had most of the ball in that first half, certainly in a constructive sense. And so that, by definition, is going to starve your most advanced player, in this case, Edmondson. The Mariners, most of their good work came off stealing possession from an effective press. But they have found it difficult a lot of the year to link the front part of the field. But you've got to pay enormous tribute to the spirit of the players. As difficult as things have been, they're staying alive in the competition.
The Mariners on the front foot. De Lima just too short to get on that cross from Storm Roux. Faisal with Paul. De Lima again. Gets it straight back from Mikael Docker, who has taken De Lima under his wing. We saw when he got that first goal, the celebrations, how much it meant to Mikael Docker as well. I've also seen Arthur De Lima work as his interpreter and translator post-match as well for Mikael Docker. So a good working relationship there for the young Portuguese-speaking Arthur De Lima. Grozos. Back to Scott. Edmondson charging down. Haynes almost got there. Harrison Steele does. Here's Faisal. Looking for the little touch with De Lima. Comes back out now, able to face forward. Nathan Paul. A more confident start to the second half from the Central Coast Mariners. Sainsbury's pass is a good one for Storm Roux. Docker back, and for the moment, Mariners camped in Jets territory. De Lima picks up from Faisal. There's another good opportunity now. Docker down to the byline, firing from an acute angle and into the side netting.
Well, that bit of side netting's had a bit of a workout this evening. The Jets gave it a tickle up once or twice in the first half, and now Mikael Docker, he had 2 options: one, shoot with power, or cut it back. And he's decided to go himself, not unreasonably so.
First foray into the Mariners' half of the field for the Jets doesn't last long.
It was a good opening burst of pressure, repeated pressure from the Mariners to start the second half.
Grill! I want you grill!
Again, we saw the Jets conceding a really soft goal from a set piece. Sainsbury, play continuing. That's a nice touch from Mikael Docker for Haynes. Good ball wide for Faisal. Running at Kankar. Oh, it's missed by Ryan Scott, surely. Goal. It's a second for the Mariners. The mistake from Ryan Scott. And Abdel Faisal is the player getting all the congratulations. Having just arrived from Perth and already making an impact with the Mariners.
Well, this was almost a reprise from midweek. Certainly the lead-up, Harvey Norman replay. The ball from Haynes centre midfield out to the left was like a Tarnate during the week to Nathan Paul, who hit the cross in. This time it's a bit more congested in the penalty area Faisal has to work a bit of magic. He's got great acceleration over the first yard or two. But in the end, the discussion on the goal unfortunately falls at the feet or the faulty hands of Ryan Scott. It's a really bad goal to concede. The lead-up was excellent, worthy of a good chance on goal from the Mariners. But in the end, it's completely gifted.
Well, it just makes it over the goal line. The goal stands. And again, it's the Jets who are sabotaging their own ambition here. Not for the first time this season. They've conceded another soft goal from a set piece, and then there, the error from Ryan Scott. Now it's Harrison Steele who's down, just getting the knock from Eli Adams. Now, let's have a look. Up over the hands. Now there. Landing on the line. Clearly over, I think, in the end, but close enough to get the magnifying glass out. Well, Mark Natta has, for the moment, been accredited with that goal for just helping it over the line in his desperation to try and clear it out, I imagine. Now, the Jets looking for a way back into the game, and they might have one here. Gibson and Taylor, saved by Parage Cullen. Aquilina with the follow-up, blocked by Haynes. De Lima, anywhere will do, gets it clear.
Well, add to the catalogue. 2-0 down, the Jets. And two subs looking to breathe life into the match. Cut inside, did Gibson, and then almost getting in each other's way. Still forcing good work out of Parage Cullen in the Mariners' goal. Nonetheless, it should at least be 2-1.
So changes coming. Philip Kankar and Ben Gibson making way as Lockie Rose and Kota Mizunuma come on. A second appearance for the Jets, for their new Japanese midfielder. An excellent wide player. Fantastic set-piece delivery as well, that we saw already in his first cameo last week in the 2-2 draw with Perth. Wearing the number 18 shirt on this near side. Aquilina forcing Grozos to turn and chase. Natta. Nice little square ball for Wilmering, for Clayton Taylor. He's got Lockie Rose ahead of him. And he was looking for the return pass in the end to Wilmering. The referee allows the advantage. Another one for De Lima to chase, but it's overhit. The exit of Kankar means that Aquilina is back to right back, as his right midfield position is taken by Kota. Nathan Paul with a distinctive height advantage in that aerial challenge. (2-0), the Central Coast Mariners leading the Newcastle Jets. Eli Adams Clayton Taylor for Lockie Rose. Shooting on the turn, denied by Sainsbury.
He'll be a good injection. Lockie Rose. Clayton Taylor's had plenty of ball, and look at Woolmark free on the left. So there's a couple of options there. Sainsbury covering nicely.
Potter. Great pace on that, great delivery. Well, there you see it. The technique with the set piece. Clayton Taylor. Cross deflected, and it will be Cotta heading across to take this one as well. Spent most of his career at Yokohama F. Marinos, where he came through the ranks, started his career there before heading away and then spending the last 3 seasons there. Ball to the back post. That will be another Jets opportunity.
Good glancing header away from the danger. Had some menace about it. That ball from Cotta.
2 senior caps for Samurai Blue as well. That underlines that quality. Here it is again, the third in quick succession for the 34-year-old. Sainsbury doing the defending on Eli Adams. In it comes from Cotter. It's another good ball. Excellent header from Brian Kaltak. Well, the Jets need to find a goal. Only Perth have now scored fewer and the Jets. Here's Timmins. Looks back towards Wilmering. Sainsbury had read the situation well enough, but Clayton Taylor's won another corner.
Well, they've set themselves well, Newcastle. It's got to get the goal to break the ice for themselves, but since going down to, they've had all the territory and all the possession. Now they need to make this breakthrough. Lightsaber man believes.
Let's see down there, and it comes. It's a good ball towards Natta. Now back in from Aquilina. Natta and Lockie Rose! And the Jets are back in the game. A real goal-mouth scramble. But the Jets showing plenty of character, and Lockie Rose striking again, his 3rd goal of the season in just his 6th appearance.
Well, in the Harvey Norman replay, it's the Mariners this time who struggled to get the ball away. Unconvincing from Kaltak, you don't often say that. And as the ball falls to Lockie Rose, the substitute, he gets his big rotary hoe on the end of it and stabs it for the goal that gives Newcastle some belief. And interestingly, as the Jets make their way back for the restart, it's Rose and Cotta who are doing the ranting and the raving to the teammates, trying to rouse them to a greater effort and get something out of this derby.
Referees are just having VAR look through to make sure there was nothing untoward in terms of illicit positioning, offside before the ball fell to Lockie Rose. We are all good. Goal confirmed, and with half an hour left to play, The F3 Derby is back on, as well as 3 precious championship points on offer. There is, of course, the F3 Derby Trophy, which is up for grabs again. It is the proud possession of the Mariners at the moment. A draw or a win, and they will retain the trophy for another season. For H. Cullen. Now, we have seen Newcastle find themselves in these sort of positions recently and then be unable to just take that next step and find that equaliser or find that winner. Faisal against Aquilino, who's got De Lima ahead of him. Faisal, 3 in the middle to aim for, the cross in, Natta. Good header away, Haynes drives it back in. Good stop from Scott, it had to be. The youngster looking to make a little bit of Derby history himself.
Well, it falls to just the wrong person if you're a Newcastle fan, because Haynes has got as clean a strike as there is in the league.
Little 1-2, Docker and Edmondson. Now Storm Roux pops it up to the back post. Faisal was arriving, Aquilino was there. Good little nudge from Arthur De Lima. Free kick goes Cotter's way. Home crowd don't like it. Just a little nudge now. Lockie Rose manages to get onto it, find his fellow second half substitute. Drops the ball in to Clayton Taylor. Lockie Bayliss turning onto the right foot. Bayliss with Cotter, nice touch. Cotter gets it back. Brilliant defending, Kaltak. Well, that was decisive.
Lovely work. The 2 substitutes have brought the ingredient. Adams joining in there too. And Kaltak, more trademark-like defending there for the Vanuatu superstar than for the goal that the Mariners conceded. But they're back in it. Up to their eyeballs, the Jets.
Edmondson wrestling, comes away with the ball only momentarily. Well, they've just upped the ante a little bit, the Jets. They're flying into the challengers. It's getting a little bit spicy. They need to. Rob Stanton's comments about boxing gloves weren't just innocent remarks either. The side have the lowest success rate in duels of any team in the competition as well. They do need to show more fight, more strength, more power. Kaltak, coolly done with Sainsbury. There's the foul count. Harrison Steele releasing Faisal. It's a great ball and a good run. Faisal! Oh! Now, did that hit the post? I think it went straight across the face of goal. We'll see from this angle.
It might have glanced the post. It has glanced the post. Exciting play. Wonderful release ball from Harrison Steele.
he's been denied that first Mariners goal so far. Abdel Faisal. We'll see if it gets given back to him. You can imagine there's some sort of appeal process. Aquilina. De Lima has also brought plenty of energy as that's a ball to the near post. Lockie Rose throwing himself at it. And again, Andy, it's the two subs.
And haven't they developed wonderful synchronicity? Here's the goal. Well, Lockie Rose. Quata had nothing to do with that, really, apart from launching a series of corners and set piece to keep the Mariners under pressure. Set pieces to keep the Mariners under pressure. But he and Lockie Rose have developed a line of communication very, very quickly. That was really close, that last ball in.
Charles Mombwa, the Tanzania international, comes on to replace Eli Adams. His career began here. Charles Mombwa on the Central Coast, or his A-League career at least. He played just the once for the Mariners, came on for the last 30 minutes of an 8-2 defeat against Wellington Phoenix. Cotta, ball back post, Rose, Mombwa arriving. I'm sure he would like to return Charles Mombwa for a happier occasion. Well, midway through the second half, the stage is set.
Faisal just reacting quickly enough to get his body in the way there and draw the foul.
It will be his final contribution as he is replaced by Vitor Feijão. Alu Kual is coming on to replace Edmondson. He's toiled hard. Ryan Edmondson again, an excellent starting debut for Abdel Faisal. Well, as far as the Mariners are concerned, scored that second goal. Feijão now. Little touch for De Lima. Ball back with Harrison Steele. Caltac, Feijão. Mariners will be hoping their substitutes can have a similar impact to those that came on with the Jets. Caltac under a little bit of pressure from Mombwa. They've managed to get it out via Harrison Steele to Feijão. He straightens up. Feijão chipping back post towards Storm Roux. It was a teasing ball. Pretty well defended in the end by Wilmering.
Yeah, he kept his nerve. And he was aware of the presence of Storm Roux and knew. He just had a quick look over his left shoulder there. It's very good defending. To be aware of the danger. And just needed to play at that, out for the corner. Now, Newcastle, not their strongest suit, defending set pieces in clutch moments, but they've got to muscle up now.
Mariners have an excellent record of scoring from set pieces as well. They've scored before tonight nearly half their goals. 8 of 17 before this evening. Sainsbury. Mombwa with Rose. Foul by Caltac. And a booking. Yellow card for Brian Caltac for that foul on Lockie Rose.
We don't quite get the full view on that replay. This is a better shot. Well, Caltac basically standing his ground. Now, I'm not complaining at that being a free kick, but I reckon he's a bit stiff getting a yellow for that.
First yellow card of the season for Brian Kaltak.
And a dubious one at that. You remember we were here a few weeks ago, Robbie? Trent Sainsbury was just making his return to the team, and Sainsbury's in the centre of defence, and Brian Kaltak moved to the right stopper position, and he was all at sea. And Jackson changed that promptly. He's put the boss back in the centre, which means they've got two functional bosses now.
Referee having a long look and deciding yellow card Mikael Docker for diving.
Well, it's not so much diving as taking evasive action. Again, I'm going into the defence of the player there. No contact from Wilmering, no problem, but a bloke's entitled to try and miss the challenge. At any rate,
I guess it's if the referee felt his intention was to try and win the free kick, which must be what Jonathan Barrero was feeling, not only that it was taking evasive action, perhaps.
Yep. No, that's probably you're probably right again, Robbie. Rub it in, why don't you?
2 yellow cards in a matter of minutes. And will they come back to be a more important factor in the final moments of this one? Paul finds Qual, who can't find Storm Roux. Now Clayton Taylor. Harrison Steele does well.
He's been terrific tonight, Harrison Steele. Back to his very, very best. Newcastle just letting it slip a little bit. They worked really hard, established a very compelling foundation, got themselves back to 2-1, and it's a bit like the job's done. But near enough's not good enough. And they've allowed the Mariners, and in defence of the Jets, the home team has also stirred themselves. But there's one team chasing, and there's one team surely more desperate for the points in the context of the season, and that's the team that's chasing. And they've got to keep chasing hard until they crack this. They can't afford to drop off.
Little ball in behind. Well, no two matches are ever the same, but a couple of weeks ago I was commentating the Jets against Western United, and Lockie Rose was on the score sheet there, and they did have a period in the second half where it looked as though they were mounting a challenge where they might be back into the contest. And that, what you're talking about, that extra little bit of desperation never materialised.
Yeah, and there are signs that it's happening again. You look at the middle of the park.
As here come the Mariners with Docker. The cutback is a good one. Feijão is there, struck it well, and Ryan Scott palmed it away.
And with the game maybe in the balance, it's not 100% accurate to say that because the Mariners have got their nose in front, but Harrison Steele is growing in stature, just driving the Mariners through the middle of the park. And Newcastle haven't got anything to answer to at the moment. And Bayliss and Timmins have got to roll their sleeves up. They've got to get the guns out.
Travelling Newcastle fans had briefly found their voice, but you can hear now it's the Mariners. De Lima. He's been a good introduction, Arthur De Lima.
Yeah, he's thrown himself around. He's a big physical presence.
Well, here is how it stands at the moment. The Mariners climbing up to 8th. Just 2 points behind Melbourne City in the 6th. You do get the feeling there's a lot more to play out this season. It might be curtains for Newcastle in terms of having realistic finals aspirations, but certainly for the top 9 or 10, there is still every reason to believe that finals football, and hence a championship, however unlikely, could still happen. Fourth change for Mark Jackson's Mariners. Sasha Kuzevsky comes on to replace Stormroot. There's only one goal in it at the moment. All it will take is one moment. A little mistake, a moment of magic. And with the number of late goals we've had this season as well, the fact that a game is really never over until that final whistle. Clayton Taylor able to turn. Mombwa charging through the middle. Clayton Taylor still, it might yet fall. Harrison Steele gets it away. Bayless putting the pressure on. Throw goes Jets' way. And that will bring their fans back to life again. The lightsabers are back on. Jets with the ball. Possession very much 50-50 in this one. Sainsbury's clearance was excellent towards Feijal, but Kota is fighting for everything. Aquilina. And he didn't have the angle that he wanted. He played it anyway. Mombwa has done well against Brian Kaltak. He's won the throw in the end. Released from MacArthur at the end of last season. 8 months. Nearly 8, 7 as a free agent. Charles Mombwa for getting the opportunity at the Newcastle Jets. See those statistics. 4 shots on target each, 12 shots each. Callum Timmins' 50th appearance for the Jets comes to a close 79 minutes in, and it's Will Dobson, another 16-year-old, who gets his opportunity in an F3 derby. Moved into a fairly advanced position there as well. Mombwa has dropped back into that Timmins role, sitting a little deeper. Feijal dispossessed by Kota. Bayless turns with Dobson. A first touch is assured. Mombwa with Grozos. Nata. Moving the ball around, probing, patiently waiting. Clayton Taylor's been good this evening. His cross is good as well to Lockie Rose, safe. It's still there bouncing around. And Parage Cullen claims it under pressure from Will Dobson.
Great work from Clayton Taylor. Lockie Rose gets a shoulder on it, I think, and then he's just too tall for Parage Cullen as Dobson looks to profit from the second rebound.
Kuzevsky with fresh legs. It's well played. Finds Feijal. Too easily dispossessed. Feijal by Aquilina. And his His pass only finding Brian Kaltak. The sentinel at the back, Brian Kaltak. Wilmering's cross. Cleared by only as far as Bayless's shot. It was Nathan Paul who turned it straight back to Lockie Bayless.
Well, it's a decent effort on goal. That's good awareness from Terage Cullen. You can imagine Keeper, I mean, he's played very well this season. He's notching up some great experience, but still, forgive him for being a little bit nervous given the state of the game. Lovely turn from De Lima.
A little jink past Mombwa as well. Can he go on with it? Mombwa chasing back. He's made it to the corner flag. May not have been his initial destination. Intended anyway, but he's done well enough. Into the last 8.5 minutes now. The Mariners. The beat of the drum. And they hope 3 more points. Their first 3-point haul at home since that win over Sydney FC. And that Aleague double. It's a while ago now. Back on the 8th of December.
The referee is entitled to step in and expect the Mariners to execute these restarts a little quicker. He is making that point sort of clear, referee Barrera.
Docker's ball, back post. I think that's come off Wilmering. It's another corner on the other side now. These are precious seconds for the Jets because the terrible start to the season for the Jets. Just 1 win in their first 6 matches. They've had just 2 in their last 7. That's actually the same number as the Central Coast Mariners. Ball back post, overhit. It's actually gone out of play for a goal kick. So the Jets will have the opportunity to get the ball back and try and build something here. But more than the season, more than the points on the ladder or the positions, we know what derby matches represent. We saw the sign, Andy Harper, that you made reference to in Bay 16 of the Mariners. 5 trophies in 3 years, none in 15 for Newcastle. For these 2 sides, this match means just a little bit more than the others. Kota up the line for Dobson, was being held by Nathan Paul. No, says the referee. Aquilina. Deja staying down, holding his elbow, quickly back to his feet in the end, still feeling that right arm. Appeals for a handball against Bayless, nothing given. Lockie Rose's touch. Apologises to Clayton Taylor. And you can hear the noise from the crowd. The 2 benches are starting to get a little bit chatty as well to each other. Oh, as it falls to Aleague. Docker charging forward. Mikael Docker off the post. Well, he almost struck again there, Mikael Docker. They could have finished this one as a contest. And now it's the Jets looking to make them pay. Dobson gets another chance. Square ball. Mombwa on his right foot. Over everything and into the giant screen behind the goal.
Great chance for Mombwa. Better chance for Docker. Aleague puts it on beautifully. Good balance from Docker. Scott's beaten, can't navigate the post. That's curtains for the Jets right there. But they sprung upfield and Mombwa gets a side on goal. That blazes away. There's still plenty to play in this one, you'd reckon.
The Mariners have hit the woodwork twice now. Through Abdel Faisal. And now Mikael Docker. There is the Paramount Plus player index with just a couple of minutes left to play. The Mariners are playing with fire. The crowd not happy either.
Especially when Kota is lining up for the Jets. His corners have been excellent.
They are yet to score a headed goal this season. Now they have a man that can deliver the ball on a sixpence. In it comes Nata, and they have done. 3 minutes left on the clock. And Mark Nata has headed home one of Kota Mizunuma's superb set pieces. And the Jets are all level, 2-2.
Well, Harvey Norman replay makes great viewing for Newcastle fans. And Mark Nata, who's had his share of defensive mishaps this season, has drawn the Jets level. It's a beautiful delivery from Kota. And the Mariners might be 3-1 up, but for the goal post. And the subsequent and quick counter-attack from Newcastle yielded the corner. Kota delivers the corner. And Nata delivers the header.
His only other A-League goal came in a spectacular 5-3 loss to Melbourne Victory on a night where Bruno Fornaroli stole the show. Perhaps Mark Nata has stolen the show himself here. It is a goal as much about pride for those travelling supporters, and it's also one that really dents the Central Coast Mariners, the reigning champions, hopes of finals football as well.
Well, it was a goalpost away from being settled. And now, who knows what could happen? There's still 3 to play for. Well, the extra 2 points.
And we're going to have, I am reliably informed, 6 minutes of stoppage time. So, anything can happen. And given that this is the A-Leagues, it probably will. Kota. In short with Dobson. A little bit telegraphed from the youngster, but it falls again. Taylor. Overhits it beyond everyone. You can see that the Jets believe now, though. There's a real fire in the belly. Lockie Rose remonstrating with his teammates. Aquilina forward towards Taylor. Kozewski's header is a good one for Hayne Eames. Lockie Rose leading by example, just unable to keep it in play. Daniel Wilmering on that far side.
Well, how desperate are the Mariners now to win at home and push themselves right into the competition reckoning. That look at the table before made for nice viewing if you're a Mariners fan, and it slipped away, and they've got 5 minutes to fix it.
Last season, the Central Coast Mariners only failed to win 11 games to go with 19 victories in the 30 that went all the way to the grand final. And they've got just 4 wins so far this season. And if this ends in a draw, that will be 8 draws and 4 losses. And already, after 16 games of the campaign, 12 without a win. Of course, we're not done here. De Lima, dispossessed by Aquilina. Cotta taking over. Nathan Paul reads the situation well. Almost ran himself into a spot of bother. Kuzevsky. Great run, Kuzevsky. Great determination. The cross towards Kwon. And now is it the Jets looking to provide an unlikely upset? Or will the Mariners, looking for that 7th consecutive F3 Derby victory, dig a little deeper? Hayne Eames goes again. Eames still. Oh, he's done brilliantly. The cross just beyond Fei Zhao. Nathan Paul now. Deflected. Onto the roof of the net.
Brilliant. Brilliant action here in Gosford. The Jets just hanging on. Nathan Paul at the end of this. A huge deflection. And Ryan Scott, oh no, he says. But to safety it goes.
The Mariners fans cheering their team on. Clayton Taylor's header. Alu Kwal. Alu Kwal. Brilliant defence. It's another corner.
Wonderful tackle. Clayton Taylor throwing him. So now it's Bayliss. My apologies. With the Bulldogs got hold of the hamstring. This was about to set up. Might have been interesting on replay if that's a foul on Mombwa, but there's no doubt about the quality of the tackle from Bayliss. 100% desperation.
In it comes, the header from Nathan Paul. Off target.
Geez, he had some good space there, Nathan Paul. It's been a big week for him. And that would have sealed it. Not just the game, but the week of heroics for Nathan Paul. He couldn't manage it. Jets survive, and it's they who'll come now to try and find a winner.
No foul. Who wants it? Both sides, by the looks of things. Neither side trying to play for a draw. 2 minutes left. It's a minimum 6. The referee can always decide to add on a little bit extra if he feels it's warranted. Aquilina dispossesses Fei Zhao. Aquilina still going. Finds Lockie Rose. Lockie Rose around Sainsbury. Deflected by Caltac. Corner to come.
That's a brilliant run from Aquilina. This is exactly what Newcastle has missed too often. Amidst their good play through midfield, it's that real drive to turn the game, and Aquilina getting the ball to Lockie Rose, who's shot, and all Mariners fans grabbing with a rosary, ducking behind the couch.
It has it all. Mizunuma delivers. He'll get another chance. Mizunuma.
It was offside.
He's saying, I didn't touch it. I didn't play any part in the ball.
Well, I mean, he's tried to do the right thing, and the free. At any rate, where's the offside being taken from? That's the other question.
It should be right by the sideline, shouldn't it?
Of course it should. Loose with the rules.
Now Taylor. Clayton Taylor. 30 seconds left. Well played, Kuszewski. Kuszewski on the charge now. Is this the moment for the Mariners? De Lima. Last chance. Arthur De Lima still. Kuszewski takes over. Dispossessed. Lockie Bayliss can barely move after that last injury. Docker's won it back. Kuszewski fouled. He's injured, Lockie Bayliss. He goes down. He's been trying to play on. Last chance. This will be it. The Central Coast Mariners with one final set piece.
Well, it's been an incredibly furious finish to this game. Time for one twist.
Docker delivers. And the Jets' defence holds firm. And it's all over. A frantic finale brings us an equaliser, but no winner in the 64th F3 derby. The Mariners' run of victories comes to a halt courtesy of Lockie Rose's equalising goal. And despite both teams throwing everything into the final vestiges of battle, there was to be no triumphant winner. Mark Natta with a first headed goal of the season for the Newcastle Jets in the 87th minute, along with Rose's goal off the bench, cancelling out Nathan Paul and Abdel Faisal, or Mark Natta's own goal 5 minutes into the second half. It was an absorbing match of football in Gosford this evening, and one that finishes Central Coast Mariners 2, Newcastle Jets 2.
Oh, still a bit of afters there. There's still a bit of feeling, isn't there, Macca, between Trent Sainsbury and Costa Grossos there, but goodness me, there was a hell of a lot of feeling out there, and those cagey last 8 minutes or so where you just thought this game is flip-flopping in any which way. Who was potentially going to come through with a winner? In the end, the spoils are shared 2-2 between the Central Coast Mariners and the Newcastle Jets. Is that a fair scoreline? I'm asking a former Mariners champion, mind you, but in the complexion of the game that we watched overall.
Well, you loved it for your tips because you picked the draw, but I don't think we were as happy as you. Well, I wasn't anyway. Look, probably when you look at the whole course of the game, if the Jets went in at half-time in front, you probably could have said they deserved that. They had the opportunities. The second half, both teams, we look at Mikael Docker now on screen. He could have made it 3-1, and this is what we love about football. It could have been 3-1 at the other end. Then they go down the other end, and not long after that, it's 2-2. And to be fair to both teams, they kept going to the end, trying to get a winner. They didn't settle for it. It was a good, entertaining game of football.
Some great inspired substitutions, you've got to say, from the Jets, who did make an impact, Archie, because they were chasing the game. They were 2 goals down, and then Lockie Rose came on the park.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's played 6 games and scored 3 goals, and most of those games have come off the bench. You could see that they really needed him early on in the season. Obviously, that injury kept him out. But, yeah, a lot of spirit shown by this Newcastle side, because really, when they got that goal from Lockie Rose, it seemed like they needed to do something then. And then the game sort of pitted out a little bit. Central Coast would be disappointed to concede a header like they did, especially at the end there.
And this is how our associate Alex Tobin points went across the entirety of the 96 minutes, with Clayton Taylor the man of the match with the 3, Kaltak with the 2, and Abdul Faisal with the 1, and Clayton Taylor